I was very concerned about the state of our country, not only during the first Trump term, because I was practicing immigration law then, and he does not make it easy. But now, even more so, because we're seeing U.S. citizens who are scared to leave their homes, right? I happen to know people who have reached out to me to give me copies of their paperwork just in case something happens. They tell me they're afraid to walk down the street in their own towns. That makes me angry. What also makes me angry is when our elected officials don't listen to us. I went out to the Oakley Town Hall, and Roger Marshall had one job that day: to get those people in the room on the same page. And instead of doing that, he ran away with 22 minutes to go from the hour we were promised. This, a couple of days after he had a 3-day retreat in Florida for his wealthy donors. And I find that offensive. He works for us. That's the way it's supposed to be. Not a corporation, not a party, not a PAC, not a president. We the people. We're his boss. I would like to serve you. My voice, whether I sit in a Senate seat, or I stand here, or I sit out there, is exactly equal to every single one of you. So while I always will tell you what my personal thoughts are on an issue, they may not be what is going to work. Why do I say that? We see a lot of blaming going on these days, right? I don't know how many people do social media. Right. How many people think that the people on the right have lost their minds? This is what we have to work on. That round table I did in Dodge City this morning, 2 Republicans came. 4 immigrants from different countries. All of them had different views. The 2 Republicans who came were hoping for a confrontation, right? They didn't get it. I said, hey, what's up with y'all? And we had a conversation. We talked for 3 hours. I ordered pizza because we were still going, and we were having productive conversation. We all agreed on something. You know what we agreed on? We love this country. We did what we truly thought was best for it when we voted this last time. And whether I think what they believe, because what their algorithms send them is lunacy, in my opinion, they really believe it. So earlier this year, after having been angry with my own brother for a long time, I didn't talk to him for a while. Because how dare you vote for this person when my family is immigrants? Today, of course, we're all immigrants at one point, but today, my husband, I couldn't believe it. So when he won again, I thought, no, I just don't believe that this many people in this country, my country, where I was raised, where I was taught, that we are all equal, that we have liberty and justice for all. I cannot believe that they would see my family torn apart. There's got to be more to it. So I started following those right-wing pages. And it was not pleasant. But what I realized was this. If I truly believed the things that they believe, however far-fetched they may be in my opinion, I might have voted the same way they did. And I like to tell this story because that's when it hit me. Okay, we can just find common ground. We can find a path forward together. We'll agree on a lot more than we think. And this morning in that room, we did. We sat there and they were ready to argue with me and fight with me. And all we did was figure out that we all love this country. We all want to what's best for it. And we're all sick of them using us as their political pawns, having us fight each other. They're dividing and conquering, and if we don't start paying attention to what they're really doing and stop fighting with each other, we're all going to suffer for it. You got it. So we have to build those bridges. But I like to tell this story. It's how many people have heard the parable of the frog and the well? Anybody? The frog in the well. There's a frog who lives in a well, right? And he's born in the well, spends his whole life in the well, and really, really loves this well. And you should see it because he can make 2 hops across. His family's in there, he's got food in there, and he's got this really cool skylight, right? Sometimes it's dark, sometimes it's light, sometimes he can see stars. He's got an amazing home. He loves his world. Well, one day a frog from the sea accidentally jumped into his well. And the frog from the sea said, "Why do you live in here? It's so tiny. It's horrible." And the frog in the well said, "What do you mean? This is perfect. This is amazing. This is paradise." The point of that parable is what? We're all frogs in a well. None of us can know what we don't know. None of us can understand what we don't know. We're never going to connect. We're never going to find a path forward if one of us, some of us, don't start getting out of our wells and maybe even getting into some other wells. I like to tell that story because when we realize that the voters, the people, you and me, and even my brother, who I didn't talk to for a long time, when we start to realize we're all doing the best that we can with the information that we have, and we're all being misled one way or another, some of us more than others, then we get to come back and we get to make the country what we want for us again. And we can stop with the blame game. We're going to have to say, we're never going to agree on who got us here, right? We're never, that it was the Republicans or the Democrats. We're always going to argue. We got to stop arguing over who got us here, and we got to figure out how we're going to move forward. And I think I can help do that by talking to people. Like I said, I practiced immigration law for a while. That's near and dear to my heart. That was the thing that started this, was my fear of what's going on with immigration. And then I met some union workers and some federal workers. And some of those federal workers right now are without pay because of the shutdown. And they're angry too, because they're sick of being used as political pawns. They're sick of us fighting each other. They just want to do their jobs. I usually just do a Q&A because I just want to tell people what they want to know, not what I think they want to know. And I know she said we're going to do a Q&A. Do I need to wait for it?
No, you can go right into it. Yeah.
So
we got time
please,
for
ask whatever you want to know. Let me know.
First, let's hear it for Ann.
You mentioned Roger Marshall and raising money in Florida. Did he do it at his house?
I believe it was at a resort. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, if you get there, one thing I really want to hear is somebody working on an amendment to get rid of Citizens United.
I would like an amendment that says that corporations are not people.
Yes.
It has to be done. That is antithetical to the United States of America, to our Constitution. Corporations are not people. We, the people, are the only people. No one else should have more of a say because they can afford to donate more, because they have PACs that they donate through and filter money through. Get the big money out. Cap campaign spending, campaign finance reform, I want to see. And I want to see term limits. Yes, sir.
It's been a hard question. How do you fight that Supreme Court? They've made that ruling. I wouldn't, I don't know.
My best idea for it is as soon as we have the president, the seat of the presidency again, well, we set term limits or age limits, and that will resolve it. There's no reason. I don't even think they can hear what's happening. And no offense, like mad respect for my elders, okay? I consult my elders for everything. So don't get me wrong. I would need the guidance of all the elders if I were to win this seat, right? But they need to go home. All right, thank y'all so much.
Grab some food and place your left, and we'll move into the next.
immigration attorney. She's been helping the illegals. We don't appreciate that. I hear she's gonna speak. She's obviously Hamas, so you're going to all be radicalized. Sorry about that. Mike Johnson can help you out with that later. Please welcome your first terrorist of the day, Ambrose.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Not my president!
He said Perelker better than I've ever heard anyone say Perelker before. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. It's the best. Hi, my name is Ann Perelker. Can you all hear me? Well, I wanted to thank you all for having me out. Thank you to the committed Kansas activists who invited me to give a speech. Thank you to all of you for showing up here today, for spending your free time to be out here. To stand up for what you believe is right, especially when we face slander from politicians accusing us of being anything other than the concerned American patriots and Kansans that we are. Let's just get this out of the way. How many people here are getting paid to be here? Okay, I'm just making sure that I'm not getting ripped off. Pay for your gas. I didn't get paid to come here. I didn't get paid on April 5th. I didn't get paid on the first No King's Day. And I did not get paid in Oakley when Roger Marshall ran away. But I did decide that day that these people aren't working for America. They're not working for the people. They're working for everything but. And that I am going to take his job and serve the public. These past several months have been a roller coaster. I'm sure you have all felt the same. The chaos we know is by design, and we keep pushing through. They try to keep us focused on anything other than the real issues, and they try to prevent us from uniting to address those issues. They've divided we the people down the middle. We've seen this story before. We've seen what happens when our people are divided. We had a war over it already, where elites and extremists use our differences to divide us. And we lost so many of our fellow Americans that way, brothers fighting each other. We see this division rising again today. Our families, our friends, people we know and love, people we grew up with, are fighting each other. Patriots, let's honor President Lincoln and the Americans he spoke about in his Gettysburg Address. Let's not let those dead have died in vain. This is one nation. We need a new birth of freedom to ensure that this government of, by, and for the people does not perish from this earth.
Yes.
If you are here today because you believe in our nation, because your loyalty lies not with a party or a politician or a president, but only with the United States Constitution and we the people of these United States, then we are on the same team. So many people are suffering today, guys. Things are getting harder and harder every day. We deserve better. Right now, we got a do-nothing Congress with do-nothing Congress people failing us. These aren't public servants. These are self-servants or corporate servants or party servants or servants to big money, but they aren't public servants. And as such, they are not fit for the offices they hold.
Woo!
George Washington told us that the power under our Constitution will always be in the people. We entrust that power for certain defined purposes and for limited time to representatives of our own choosing. And if they do not act in our interest and with our wishes at heart, then we must recall them. And it's time to recall a whole lot of them, y'all. I am sick of the self-serving sycophants in D.C. The government is shut down again.
Day 18.
Congress sits there blaming each other, lying to us all, misleading us all to try to get us to believe their version of the truth. When all we want is for our government to get back to work and do something for the people. Get back to D.C. and do your jobs already. Figure it out. Our founding fathers didn't go home from the Constitutional Convention because they couldn't come to an agreement. No, they locked themselves in Independence Hall in Philadelphia in the middle of summer in their wool suits, and they stayed there until they gave us our Constitution as we have it today. If you can't even go work in your air-conditioned fancy building and work things out for your people, then you need to go the heck home and let some grown-ups run the country for a change. We're sick of you, D.C. But here's the thing, Kansas. If they don't get back to work, and they don't provide we the people with some actual positive solutions, we have to vote them out. The only power they have is that which we the people loan them, our power. They have none without our consent. I recently finished my application to join the DAR. If you don't know, that stands for the Daughters of the American Revolution. To join, you have to have an ancestor that served in the Revolution, and you got to be able to show it. At our meetings, we say the Pledge of Allegiance, we sing the national anthem, and we recite the American's Creed. And it goes like this. I believe in the United States of America as a government of the people, by the people, for the people, whose just powers are derived from the consent of the governed, a democracy and a republic, a sovereign nation of many sovereign states, a perfect union, one and inseparable, established upon those principles of freedom, equality, justice, and humanity, for which American patriots sacrificed their lives and fortunes. I therefore believe it is my duty to love my country, to support its Constitution, to obey its laws, to respect its flag, and to defend it against all enemies. When I recite those words, they mean something to me. This government of, by, and for the people gets its power from where? The consent of the governed. Who is that? Y'all. Well, I don't know about y'all, but I don't consent to a lot of what's been going on lately. I don't consent to troops in our streets. I don't consent to helicopters landing on apartment buildings and disappearing our neighbors. I don't consent to men in black masks showing up and taking people off the street. I don't consent to sending $20 billion to Argentina. Apparently it's 40 now. I sure don't consent to sending $40 billion to Argentina, especially when they are one of our top 2 competitors in the soybean market, and our Kansas farmers can't sell their soybeans because of the tariffs of this administration. Now we're bailing out our competition? That doesn't sound like America first. That sounds like Argentina first and Kansas farmers last. It's un-American, and I guarantee you these are not the things that people were voting for. And get something straight. I don't care anymore who voted for who. We were all lied to. We have all been lied to. And if we want this country to be what we grew up believing it was supposed to, then we got to come together as one. We have to unite, and we the people must stand together and make it so. know. In his first inaugural address, President Lincoln said, "We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies." There's some young people over here earlier today. Some of y'all may have seen them. They got out and had a conversation with me. They don't agree with my political position. But we're going to have a round table in Salina coming up, and I'm hoping that they'll help me organize it. Because unless and until we get back together again, there's no way to move forward. We cannot be divisible. How did we kick out the king in the first place? Because we were united as one. How many ways can we say it? United we stand. E pluribus unum. One nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We the people. They want us to think that we are all so different because we belong to one party or another, because our families came to this land at different times and in different ways, because we practice different religions, because we don't all look the same, because. But we are not divisible. We are Kansans. We are Americans. We are good people who just want to live and let live. Farmers just want to farm. Civil servants just want to serve. Teachers just want to teach. We all just want to live our lives free and try to find happiness and a better future for our children and grandchildren. The United States has always been and will always be the harbinger of liberty and justice for all. Now, I know our nation has a flawed past. There's no denying that, and we cannot rewrite history so it's made more convenient for those who don't like it. But we can learn from our past, and we can do better, and we can fight to make sure the principles upon which we were founded persist and extend to every single individual in our state, every single individual in our nation. On April 5th, I gave my first public speech at a protest similar to this in Topeka, and I told them that we had spent at that point about $26 million on personal golf outings for our president. I'm here to tell you that as of August, we're at $69 million on that bill. But that's really chump change when you compare it to the $200 million ballroom he wants to build at the White House. This out-of-touch real estate Wall Street resort having rich man and his cabinet of shills want to build a ballroom. Make it make sense. Well, our health care is on the line. Our neighbor's health care is on the line. We don't know if grandma will get her Social Security check. Our nursing homes will eventually have to put people on the streets. I know because I've talked to a nursing home administrator. All the while we have money for a ballroom. So what are we going to do, y'all? How do we get this government back to the people?
Help them out.
How do we put our fellow Kansans first again? We take this momentum that we built together, all of you, this energy that found you all here today, and we have to channel it collectively. We need to turn the page. We need a targeted, strategic approach to getting public servants back in our public offices. They belong to we the people, and we've got to take them back. We deserve better than politicians who just kick down the can down the road for the next generation to deal with. We need someone who's going to stop trying to blame, and just fix stuff already. With y'all's help, we can have it. My name is Ann Perelker, and I'm applying for the position of your next public servant, the United States Congress. I will work for you and you alone to bring real change and a new path forward, one that will work for us all. Now here's the part I don't like, is when they tell me I gotta ask y'all for something. Before I ask y'all for what they always want me to ask you for, I want to ask you first, we're gonna set up a table. I've got constitutions to hand out, I've got pamphlets about me to hand out, but I want to hear from you. Come and talk to me, meet me, ask me whatever you want to ask me. I will answer. I got nothing to hide. Come and find out what you need to know about me, my policies, whatever. Or just have a conversation about anything more. Come sign up. Join our team. Join our movement. We truly are grassroots. We have people from all walks of life on this team, people who have been in politics and haven't. So if you've ever thought about working on a campaign but you didn't want to because you've never been in politics, this is the one for you because it's my first campaign too. We also have to ask for money. We're never going to have establishment money. We're never going to have the money of the elite. What we can do, we can show them small donations from a lot of people. And that's how we can run this campaign. $5 to $10 a month would send us a long way into this race and make sure that we can continue through election season. But most important, come and join us. Keep showing up. Keep doing what you're doing. Try to talk to people that don't necessarily agree with you. At a roundtable in Dodge City, watch for one that I'll have here. Bring your friends, bring your family that you don't usually talk to. Let's get the conversation going again, because I promise you, when we start talking to each other again, we find out we have a lot more in common than we think. We can't let the internet or the politicians or the media tell us who our friends and neighbors are anymore. We gotta go fellas. I'm Amber Elker. Bless America. Come today.
Please give her a round of applause. This is a courageous and brave woman who we hope that CKA and all of our surrounding organizations will be able to help with her campaign.
Hi, everybody. I am Amber Elker. I am sorry to interrupt earlier, but I have been in this second only to Michael Soutart. But even before that, I was calling my senators and yelling at them and going to Oakley and being ignored. And quite frankly, I'm fed up with the establishment and people pretending that they're going to go do for us, talking to us like we should trust them. I don't trust them anymore. I am a mother. I am married to a naturalized citizen from Mumbai, India. I have 2 children, 8 and 10, in the public schools. I am a daughter of the American Revolution, and I believe in the values upon which this country is founded. And when I hear people on the right tell me that the American spirit is somehow tied to ethnicity, I could really go to jail. It's not. What is America, y'all? It's people. It's people coming together and saying, hey, this country's up by, and our government's been hijacked, and our people have been hijacked, and we have been torn apart. And who benefits from that? Not any of us. Russia, China, you name an enemy, and they're loving it, and they're probably part of it. But if we don't start talking to each other again, and this is why I came into this race, because I thought, I spent 4 years pissed off yelling at the other side. I spent the next 4 years relieved and never talking to him again, swore I wouldn't, and then he won again, and I said, what in the hell is going on? And so I started following some of those pages again and talking to him. And even though it makes me sick at my stomach, I'd rather me do it today than leave a worse fight for my kids to have. I don't get up for anything but my kids, y'all. So I don't care if I win a Senate race. If I do, I will go and do the best job that I can for you. But what I care about is that we take that people's deal that I've come up with and you demand it from your elected officials. And then we stay on them. I want accountability. I want term limits. How many people here are in a profession where you have rules of ethics that you have to follow? What is Congress doing? They're held to a lesser standard than us. The President of the United States is held to a lesser standard than us. So we got to get the big money out. We need campaign finance reform. We've got to take this government back for us and ours, and we've got to make it what we want for ourselves and our progeny, just like they did 250 years ago. Now, I don't write speeches, I just talk. And y'all, I'm just upset, and I do believe in this country, and I believe that the people of Kansas have an opportunity this time around to come together and say, no more money in our politics, no more establishment in our politics. We want somebody who's going to be there with us, who's been on the ground with us, who's been spinning their wheels trying to confront their elected officials, and who will serve us. I want y'all to go to D.C. with me. I don't want to go. I want you at my table. So join us, stand with us. We are all by and for the people, and we will remain that way. And if I go, I will keep that communication open until I'm done, because I'm not staying much longer than 1 to 2 terms. Also term limits. Thanks so much.
Okay. Good morning, Anne. Good morning, Anne, and good morning to everyone who's viewing. Today is Wednesday, July 29th, 2026. It is a beautiful day to fight for change. And I am going to introduce Anne Proker, who's running for U.S. Senate. Take it away, Anne.
What's up, everybody? It's 5:25. We're on hour, I don't know what, but we have 5 to go, 5-ish to go, which will technically be more than 24 hours. It will be 25 hours. So then we will be done with this nonsense. This is what you have to do if you want to run for Senate. Nonsense. But I didn't do it. It's the politicians of today. that set
How
this
was your shower, Anne? Like, do you feel refreshed?
I feel better. A little bit.
Well, Angela is here with us now, so
Angela's back.
she says good.
Get closer. I'm gonna wake up my kids.
Yeah, she slept a decent, like, probably 4-something hours, maybe. I think, maybe.
That's not enough. I don't know if you know, but that's not
Yeah,
enough.
Miranda and I are pulling an all-nighter. It's still dark out, so technically, once the all-nighter's done is when it's sunrise. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. But it is a beautiful day to fight for change.
Are you
And
gonna nap later, or are you gonna stay up all day?
I can't hear the thing she's saying. What are you gonna stay up all day? Honestly, I have nothing better to do. And if Sarah has something to do for me, then I'll do that. But at some point, I will try and take a nap, because not having enough sleep and then driving can be dangerous. Especially like you can fall asleep behind the wheel, and that's when it becomes dangerous. It's almost as bad as driving drunk.
Yeah, for sure. You should not drive.
So I'm going to definitely try and limit my driving today if I can. So what are you most looking forward to about today?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
A nap.
Real? I feel that. I think both Miranda, you, and I, we all feel that right now.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna
But
take a
let me-
nap and then do something fun with my kiddos.
Yeah.
That's my plan. After all of the shenanigans are done.
One thing I'm looking forward to is like literally, I don't know why, but I'm craving a chicken sandwich from Sonic. I know it's silly, but like I don't know why I'm craving this. It's what? It's 5:28 in the morning and I'm craving a chicken sandwich from Sonic.
That's what happens when you stay up all night. Weird things.
It's like literally it's like I have the weirdest cravings sometimes. It's so weird.
My eyeballs hurt now.
Also, are you thinking about going to Lawrence today?
No,
Okay, that's what I thought.
I need to text Sean. Thank you
Yeah,
for reminding
no,
me that.
absolutely not.
We will be out there very soon.
What?
Gotta get some yard signs out there.
I mean, well, I mean later today, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but not.
Of course.
I mean, not until after coffee with the candidate. I'm sorry, but
Mm-hmm.
genuinely, no. But yeah, Miranda and I have been sidekicks all night. You know, watching over the animals, watching over the live stream. We had some technological difficulties with one of the cameras, so we had to deal with that.
The people enjoy watching you more than us.
I mean, yeah, but maybe they also
Playing
do
the
enjoy.
videos.
I mean, yeah, but we're also some fun too,
The
depending
whole
on.
team is fun. We're all.
I mean, hey, I can be fun. I know I can be fun. I'm a good time. I bring the life to the party. Even though I've never been to a party before.
You are the party.
Yeah.
Oh, my thanks. I feel like bouncing off the walls, and I don't know why.
You must have been. How old were you during COVID, Sophia?
I was 13.
Wow.
Oh, wow. And so, how long was it? Like, how old were you when all this stuff, things went back to normal?
When it came back to normal, so things haven't really gone back to normal, as you know. So basically, I did my second half of 7th grade online, and then I did all of 8th online, and then I went back into in person in 2021. And you know, we wore masks, did the social distancing thing. That's sort of when things like weren't normal, but I feel like 2022 was like when we started making our new normal. But like nothing since 2020 has gone normally for me. Given everything that you know. So, you know, I just have to make my own normal. And that's yeah, I was 13, going on 14 in 2020. And literally took the rest of my childhood away. Bye-bye. I had to grow up real fast, and I did not enjoy that.
Yeah. That'd be rough. Yeah, I'd like to see us get there.
I would agree with this question as well.
I think we probably should have been there by now, but we have people that will we just have two competing sides that won't sit down and they won't come to the table and talk. Nobody wants to talk about how we fix our healthcare system. They just want to tell us that they can't do it for some reason. But every single person that I've met, healthcare is one of their biggest concerns,
Yeah,
and that's
and
no
it's
matter which
yeah.
side of the aisle they're on. So,
Right. My grandpa's in a nursing home and it costs over $8,000 a month. And my grandma has started to dip into savings and because like it's starting to get unaffordable despite them having long-term health insurance. And, another big thing for me with that is with my little brother, constant hospital stays, medications, doctor's appointments, it all adds up. And that's why I think universal health care for all is, we desperately need that. I mean, we are behind pretty much all other foreign countries who have that. And we are like one of the only countries that doesn't have that. And literally, um, and I keep seeing on, my Facebook feed, even the New York Times is reporting about Trump is planning on cutting the Medicaid Part D subsidies for drug, prescription costs costs will go way higher and some of my little brother's meds are already unaffordable and that's just going to make it completely worse. So when it comes to Medicaid, Medicare, universal health care, it's personal. It is super personal for me. And that's one of the things I will forever fight for. Like, it's something I will always have to fight for with my little brother. And that is something that, you know, I'm not willing to sacrifice his life just for our government. That's not how this is going to go. I mean, I refuse. Like, I don't care if I get arrested for protesting about it or for speaking up about it. My family means everything to me, and that's why I believe with everything I've gone through with my little brother and my grandpa and my grandma and myself that we should have universal health care because it could be the difference. It could be the difference between life and death for my little brother. He needs medication to stay alive, and if he can't afford those, or if we can't afford those, he will die. And I'm not having that. I refuse.
yeah, so I think, we need to get people to the table to talk about it because everybody agrees that what we have now is not sustainable. Everybody's worried. And nobody's bringing any solutions to the table. They just, like I said, they just keep telling us what they can't do. And so I am of the mind that we could get to Medicare for all system by implementing it in steps, starting with, Medicare for all kids first and then expanding it up from there. I think it would be politically viable to do it that way. And also practicable, I guess, to do it that way. I've spoken with some people, some experts in the field that have told me that if we do it overnight, the system would not be able to sustain that. And that means there's that many people going without healthcare right now at any given moment that we couldn't switch and offer them care overnight. So that's actually a really sad situation. Um, but what everybody I talk to agrees upon is that what's happening right now cannot continue. People just can't. They can't survive like this. So, and medical debt's the number one cause of personal bankruptcy in the U.S. So, this is a big deal, and Kansas is particularly at risk because of a lot of our rural hospitals being at risk of closing, and some of them closing already. So we've got to figure out a way to address the needs of the people at this point. And my thing is, I don't necessarily care what your solution is, but come up with something that's going to work for everybody. And I don't see that happening. So that's my proposal. Medicare for all. Let's get there. So the needs of rural Kansans and the needs of urban Kansans are pretty similar for the most part. Um, I know people from all different walks of life and all different places, and most of us just want to be able to live our lives in a somewhat comfortable manner and be with our people and take care of our people and have a home. That American dream that we think of as the home and the family and all of that. Or at least that's what I think of. Um, and everybody's suffering right now. And the same things that I hear in Wyandotte County are the same things that I hear in Pratt. And they're the same things that you hear in Decatur and everywhere across Kansas. We're all really in the same boat. And if we come together and decide that we're not going to put up with this crap anymore, and we're going to send people who are going to fight for us and serve the public again, or we're going to vote them out until they do, we'll win. We will see improvement in the lives of all of us. But if we continue to let them divide us and tear us apart and fight with each other, then we're all going to keep losing, and it's going to get worse.
Hey, Anne, I have something positive to tell you that I just saw. Spring Hill High School will begin implementing the Student Mental Health Program, Sources of Strength, or also known as SOS, for the 2026-2027 school year after a school board vote Monday. The program is a nationally recognized upstream prevention model that aims to promote mental wellness, reduce suicide risk, and foster a positive school climate through student leader campaigns before crises happen. That is some good news to start off this Wednesday.
Yeah,
That
that
is
is good.
that's
We
just
have
that really lifts my spirit, and the fact that a school is stepping up, and especially after everything I've gone through with my friend, seeing that brings joy to my heart, knowing that it could potentially save lives. It
yeah,
could, and I think it will, and that's a very good thing. So that's something I'm very proud of. So way to go, Spring Hill.
that's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. I think that if the people decide that they want to do something different, then the people will do something different. I don't know if that's what they're going to decide or not. We'll find out. If we want to do it, it's all hands on deck. It's not, I'm not going to win it. We are going to win it.
What is something you frequently say? We've done the most with the least amount of money.
Yes, that is very
Indeed, we
true.
have done the most with the least amount of money. And that shows, we built this from the ground up. It was just some people that were concerned citizens and were done just being non-player characters in these politicians' games, um, and so we started from nothing, no connections in the political world, no following on any social media, none of it, and we built a movement of by and for the people, and we think that that's what people want right now. Um, we know that's what we want. And so we'll see what happens. I think it's going to depend on what people are voting on right now. Are they voting? Are they voting on, who they think can raise the most money, well, then it's not me, right? But we have been very innovative in how we have run this campaign. We have grown it to what it has been. We have gotten people excited. We've gotten young people involved and excited. And everything you see is because people dedicated their lives to this and not me. So many people. There would be none of this without them. Um, and so, yeah, I think we can. I think we can win because we've got the people. There's only one thing more powerful than money, and that's people. I don't know. How should I respond to that? Can I stop them? I don't. I have no idea. What's the protocol? What does Miss Manners say? Or what's the ethical choice there? Somebody help me out. I feel like I don't know my link to it. Because you didn't study for a bar exam. That's very kind. Thank you. It means a lot to me, actually. It really does. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the answer to the question. That's kind of what I anticipated. So then I guess I would not do anything. I've had 3 weddings, but I've never been divorced. Me and Nikhil had 3 weddings. We had one that my mom officiated, and it was just him and me and her and his parents on a call because they were in India. And then we had one in India. And then we had one at a place called the Villa Marie in Little Rock, Arkansas, which, fun fact about that, is the house that you see in the opening credits of Designing Women, if you know that show.
That's awesome.
This reminds me, will you show everyone your Mangosudra again?
Say that again?
Will you show everyone your Mangosudra again? Your necklace?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's cool.
You got that at your wedding, right?
Yeah, that's from my Indian wedding. There's probably some significance to it. I just say it's like a wedding ring. I don't know any of the.
So, I've kind of always been curious, like, what are Indian weddings like? And how are they different from weddings here in the United States?
No, it really depends. Like ours was just one full day, but there are some that last several days and are very extravagant. Um, it's One thing that was a lot different is like it wasn't like all the guests were there, but they don't really care to watch the ceremony and stuff. They're all just chatting and stuff. It's not like they've come and the groom and bride are really the center of attention. It's everybody's just there to have a nice time while this happens, which was fun. And they have a lot of like kind of ceremony stuff beforehand that was kind of fun. Like they do the henna, if you know the Mindy, the stuff on the hands and stuff. Yeah, but some people have like super huge, extravagant weddings. Ours was, I mean, big by my standards and long by my standards because it was a full day. But some people's last so many days. I would have been so tired. I was already so tired. It was a neat experience. My brother went with us, so that was nice. Well, horses can bite pretty hard. I don't know. Ducks, I don't think are so aggressive. If you'd have said a goose, I might have picked the horses, but I think I'd go with the duck, the single duck. Yeah.
So I see the prompt. Would you rather fight one horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? I would have to go with one horse-sized duck. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
I think
just
so.
non-negotiable because, like, if I had 100 ducks that were sized like horses, I mean, that's just me against an army. And at the, I mean, I would just turn around and run. But
Yeah. I know somebody once whose horse bit straight through her lip.
it's would you rather fight one horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horse? This is so goofy. I love it. What a wonderful way to start Wednesday. No, you don't get it. It's 100 ducks that are the size of horses. Would you rather fight 100 of those that are
I think it's 100.
sized like horses, or would you rather fight one?
I think it's one large duck or 100 small horses.
100 small.
I don't know.
Oh, this is a very
I've been
difficult
bit
question.
by a duck.
Right, those
You've
are
been
hurt.
bit by a duck. I've been stung by a wasp or yellow jacket, whatever it was, when I was in France in 2012, jumping on a rental trampoline, and this bee out of nowhere came up and stung my hand.
This may be the most difficult question we've gotten so far.
You've been bitten by a duck?
Apparently, Angela has.
Yeah.
Did it hurt? No.
Did it hurt, Angela?
Pinches. And exponentially, that would break an arm.
You said? Did you say you had to get stitches?
It's just like a tiny pinch. It's not like.
I've been
bit by a duck before too. I think it hurt.
But if it was the size of a horse,
Oh well, then yeah, that's true.
But wait, did she say she had to get stitches?
no.
Why are you here?
I said exponentially.
Also, Anne, is that your third cup of coffee?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Speaking of that, guys, I really don't think I can drive. Somebody's gonna have to drive me.
Wait, you said you don't think you can drive?
You guys can't drive.
Do you need me to come get?
I'll come get you.
No, I mean, I can also come get you.
I can see if Nikhil can drive me over. Maybe he can drive me. Oh, what is the biggest mistake you learned? Um, Picking the candidates. And I would not pick the candidates. I would allow the public to do it. Especially because the public has been saying they want to pick their candidates. And it's breaking a lot of trust. And it's really damaging the party. Unfortunately. At a time when we needed people to step up. At a time when we needed an institution we could trust, right? Like, really sucks. But that's why there's so many regular people stepping up to run now. So go find those people. They're on your ballot, I promise. I mean, be careful. We don't want just anybody, but just find the good ones that are just regular people. Who cares? That's what we were just talking about. They all suck. But yeah, I am. Why did I step up to run for office? Because I've been voting how I was supposed to vote. I have trusted the institutions. I have trusted the politicians. I have trusted them all. And we have ended up right here, right now. And no one feels secure. Everyone is struggling more and more. People feel unsafe to leave their homes. And they are trying to keep us fighting over other people's whatevers. None of them are doing anything for us. They're manipulating us into voting one way or another. They're fear mongering. They're scaring us. They're spreading propaganda. And no, it's not everybody. Okay. Whenever I'm saying it, I'm talking about those crappy ones that are overshadowing all of the great ones. Okay. That's just assume I'm talking about the crappy ones. They just manipulate us into voting one way or another. They scare us. They fearmonger. They keep the people divided. Meanwhile, they want to stick their AI data centers in our backyards without permission and against the wishes of the public and tell us that there's nothing they can do. Yes, I am. But this goes back to exactly what I was saying is who cares? Why do we care? Why do we care about the little letter next to someone's name? It is meaningless. I can say I'm a Democrat today and go and change my mind tomorrow. We got to get past these labels. We all need to just be people. We just need to be Americans, Kansans. Parties have too much control, guys. It's not supposed to be like this. We're not supposed to have to bow down to one party or the other. That politicians are supposed to work for us. Our founding fathers were against I say it, I hate sounding like a broken record, but it's true. They were against the two-party system for a reason, and we're seeing why in real time. Top 5 restaurants in Kansas. Well, I guess I'd have to say the diner because that's my kid's favorite now. I don't really go that many places. I've been to a lot of Mexican restaurants because Angela couldn't eat anywhere else for a while. I mean, ever. Bless her heart. But I don't know how to think about that. What are your top 5 restaurants in Kansas? There was this cool place called Vintage Sisters in Burlington, which they had a lot of like antique stuff, and it was really cute. I'm trying to think where else I've been that's neat. The airport in Hutchinson was, they have really good steak. They really do. So if you're over there. That's not cheap. Oh, maybe don't go. My favorite book. And it's hard. Like, I read a lot of like memoirs, and I like nonfiction. I don't like fiction. I can't do the sci-fi stuff. I read a really interesting book about a guy who escaped from North Korea and what it was like to survive there and leave. And his family's, as of the time he wrote the book, I guess, was still there. That was a very interesting book. Oh, you know what is a good book? The Kite Runner was a really good book. And then I read another book, but I can't remember what. Yeah, I mean, I read other books, but there was also this other one that was really good, but I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, Kite Runner was really good. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that question. I guess what I can promise is that I have committed to at least holding one convention every quarter for every year that I'm in office, so that people can come and get in touch with me and talk to me about what they need and what I'm doing and whatever. And I also would like to see, I would like to have some sort of representative in each county, so that all the people are able to have an easy way to contact me. We'll see what's possible, but that's what I envision for it. So I guess you can expect that I'm going to listen to you, and I'm not going to run away from you when you don't like what I'm doing. And I will do my best to respect and consider the input of the people of Kansas and what they want and need me to do over everything else. That's what I can promise, is that I will serve the public and do my best for them. I don't know that I can promise any results ever, but I've told you the things that I will fight for. Institutional reform being my number one. And of course, the People's Deal is on our website, and you can read through it. But yeah, I don't think anybody can promise any results. But I measure it by ensuring that I'm continuing to hear from and serve the people of Kansas over all other interests. That was a good question. Oh, will you lower taxes? It's a really broad question. Hi, I'm glad you came by. Nice to meet you. Will I lower taxes? I would like to see tax relief for the middle class. I would like to see us close up loopholes that are used by the wealthiest in our country to avoid paying in their fair share. So depends on how much money you got, buddy. Sorry, I'm just being honest. I don't want to see taxes go up. The burden cannot increase on the middle class. They have taken the brunt of all of it for far too long, and they are right now disappearing. So I'm all for capitalism when it works for the people. This ain't it. Anything you want to chat about, Rogue Gerb? Make sure I'm not saying something weird. We're having a coffee at 10 o'clock at Bare Necessities in Overland Park. If anybody's around and wants to join us, I'd love to meet you. Cannot promise that I'm going to be a great conversationalist in 4 hours, but who knows? Maybe the coffee will have set in. Good morning. We're still here. At least I am. I don't know where everybody else went.
Well, the sun has risen. The all-nighter has been nighted. Sunrise.
We should have done the coffee earlier. The 3 most important things I wish to address for Kansas. So my 3 top issues that I want to fight for. Number 1 is institutional reform, which, and what I mean by that is I want to see term limits. I want campaign finance reform. I want big money out of our elections and our government. I want rules of ethics that our elected officials have to follow. I want accountability and I want to ensure that these people are, did I say term limits already? I think I did. But I want to reset the standard for what we expect from our elected officials in terms of their service to us and how they work for us. So that's number one. And then, oh no, you're good. Don't say sorry. No, I'm sorry if I said it. We started this at 9:30 yesterday morning, so I've just been here a long time. So sorry if I sounded, no, you're good. I appreciate the question. And then, so my second thing is I want to enforce our antitrust laws because we really have shirked that for a long time. We're just not doing it, which I think will go a long way to help with costs in this country. Right now, we have just a handful of companies setting the prices for pretty much everything, and that seems to just be getting worse. And so we need to, I guess, balance the market and allow for competition again to drive prices lower and quality up, so that we can make choices with our money. But we don't have those options right now. So I'd like to see our antitrust laws enforced so that we have that again, and we have a society where regular people have a shot at making it in life. Um, and um, and then I guess I would say, I mean, healthcare is a huge one for everybody, right? We're all worried about that, and the antitrust will go some part of the way to help with that, I think. But I'd also like to see us get to a place where everybody can. I just want people to be able to work 40 hours a week and have a certain basic standard of life, right? Like, just the American dream doesn't have to be extravagant, doesn't have to be living in castles. Just, okay, just everybody's just okay. That's all anybody wants. Well, except for, a few people, but anyway. What are your biggest concerns? What are you most worried about? What do you want to see somebody do for you? Has there been any news? I haven't seen news yet today. God, I hope not. That's a really good question. So I'm not entirely sure, but I think I'd have to look at because the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, right? So first we have to look there, and we'd have to see, is it constitutional? And if it's not, well, then I can end the analysis there, and I don't have to answer the question anymore. But okay, so if it is, then yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see if there's any law addressing that tells me what I have to do. And I gotta be honest. I don't know how to. I think, well, like, but how bad or good? Like, there's a lot of questions in this question. I can't answer that. I need maybe try more specific examples. Actual. I don't know. I still don't know if I could answer it. It's a really good question. Let's see. So, Rogue says they're concerned with universal health care, corporate interests determining elected officials' policymaking, and equal punishment regardless of income bracket. Oh, sleep well. I'm so sorry you were up all night. It sounds good. Well, the legislative branch has the authority to enact laws. I don't see how they can stand in the way of the changes if they're within the bounds of the Constitution. That's why the separation of powers is so important, and each branch has its role. But great question. Well, Congress has the power of the purse. It controls the money. I'm managing at this point, Mike. And I don't know. We'll see. The people will tell me, I assume, if I don't make sense at this point. So it's touch and go, I feel like. But I am on my third cup of coffee. since the night started. So that's at least something. So if you guys don't know Mike, he is a great person to follow on Facebook, Mike Trap. He's got a book out and he's done some great work in his life. So give him a follow and check out what he's been up to. He's good people. Now I just saw this post. If you are registered as unaffiliated in Kansas, oh, that was really fun. My talking to the other candidates. We had a. I really enjoyed those conversations. So they're all really interesting people. They're all very different individuals, but they're very, very interesting. And so I enjoy chatting with them. And they were really kind to do that for us. So, but this is a post about um, whether whether you can vote in the primary if you're registered as unaffiliated, and yes, you can. You if you're not registered with a party, you can actually request a primary ballot in either party that day. Um, or you can just vote on the amendment. So that will be on your ballot regardless of whether you decide to, vote in the Democratic or the Republican primary. But even if you're unaffiliated and you don't want to vote in either primary, you can go and vote on the amendment that day. And I am encouraging people to vote no. It's a really important one. So look into it. I've put out a lot of information on it, and you're welcome to check it out, and I can do my best to answer questions about it between now and the election. But yeah, I'm encouraging people to vote no. But definitely look into it for yourselves, and please go and vote.
You also have a podcast about it here on your YouTube channel.
Do what?
You also have a podcast about that, don't you? Here on
Yes.
YouTube.
Yeah, it's on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a podcast episode on it. Podcast episode on that.
Speaking of that, have you heard anything about Cade potentially calling in to join the stream? Oh, here's someone.
Sadie is coming on the stream.
Good morning.
I like
Sadie sit.
Hi, Miss Sadie. No, it's 4:30 where he is.
She's got a puzzle this morning.
Oh, look at that.
She gets a puzzle most nights. Most mornings she gets a slow feeder, but I figured I'd treat you today. And if you can't see, it's like one of those heads there. One of like those slide puzzles where you need to move all the pieces around and
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, it makes me want a doggy.
I think she might be stuck a little bit. I think that second row there, she hasn't gone yet, so she's
Did she get it yet? She's still stuck.
She's missed a few spots in the there. Yeah, she's missed like a few spots in the middle, I think, and so she has to go back and figure out how to get to him.
That's like, does she like this?
I mean, I think so. She seems to like eating, so it's enrichment. And if she doesn't use a puzzle or a slow feeder, she eats too fast. So
And gets sick, probably. Yeah.
yeah, have to slow her down some.
Yeah. That's pretty.
Did you get them all?
I didn't know they had stuff like that. That's.
Did you get them all? Should we check? How did you do?
Oh.
One little piece, but
She did pretty good. Good job, Sadie.
that's one of many toys. So she gets to switch it up, and so here's the pile of different.
Oh my goodness. Somebody's spoiled.
Yes, she is. All right, Sadie. That's a good job. All right, water's good. We love hydration. All right. Well, I'll check in on you. Anything big planned the rest of the morning?
I don't think so.
Just answer questions from everyone waking up.
I reckon.
Oh.
I'm counting down. Not gonna lie.
3.5 hours to go.
Yeah. I am pretty over this idea now. So yeah. So yeah.
All right.
I look forward to the end of it. I'll see you, Sean.
I'll see
Bye,
you.
Sadie.
Sadie, say bye. Bye.
Guys, it's feeling slightly ridiculous at this point. Anybody else feel that way? Miranda? Or did y'all go to sleep and leave me here? That's probably what happened. I don't really have a great story there. I knew growing up that I was supposed to go to college and get an that's what I was told that I would do. So I knew I was going to college. So I lost my dad when I was 17 years old. So my progression was then go to college. So I did that. And after college, I was going to teach, but I was always kind of on the fence about maybe wanting to go to law school, but I wasn't like 100% on the idea. But I ended up, instead of teaching, working in a law firm, and then decided I would go to law school. And so that's what I did. But I think anybody that goes to law school does it well. No, you do have some people that go because they want to be like, "Rah, rah, I'm a lawyer," but a lot of us go because we want to help people. We want to do something good with our law degree, and I thought I might be able to do that. But I still love teaching, and I feel like I would love to go back to that someday. So, in my last year of law school, I met my husband, who is an immigrant, and I took a class on immigration law, and didn't necessarily think that I would practice it, but I practiced property law for a little while, and it was not something I enjoyed. It was evictions, actually, which was, nobody loves doing that. And so after a year of that, I went into general practice with my brother, and we did different types of cases, but a lot of family law. And I thought that I would like family law, but I do not. And then once I had kids, I could build my immigration law practice with, with their schedules in mind. So, and it was something that, when you help people in that field, a lot of times it's a happy outcome, or for the cases that I do at least. And so that's one of the reasons why. Plus, my husband's an immigrant, so we know a lot of immigrants. So it made sense that I could help people that I know, and there is a client base there for sure. But I do find it interesting, and I love the stories of how people end up here, and what makes them come here, and the efforts that they put in to do it. The work that it takes is unreal. You guys would not believe how much they put in to come here, and really what it takes. It's a lot. Who have I been endorsed by? So we have several endorsements, and I hope I don't forget any, but we've got the Committed Kansas Activists, and Mr. Beat, who's a YouTuber, history teacher. He has some really good videos, so I encourage you to check it out if you haven't yet. And Michael Wolf, who was a Vietnam vet and he was on a city position, but I'm not entirely sure what it was now. I'd have to go back and see, but super, super nice guy, who I met actually at a protest, and I did an interview with him. It was one of my first interviews when I was doing this, and do you call it an endorsement when they tell you they voted for you? There's a lot of people that have done that. I don't know. I don't know who else. I feel like there's a few others that we haven't put out yet. But maybe, I don't know. We filled out, I don't know. Those are the two big ones, though, that I can think of. Oh, that's right. Yes, thank you. We have been endorsed by the Cannabis Justice Coalition. Why don't you go after? That's a great question. I actually started this race, and as people came into it, I tried to meet them all, and I did meet all but 2 of them in person. One of them I've never spoken to, so I've spoken to at least every candidate in my race except for one. And when I first started, I said, I didn't enter this to win a Senate race. I entered this because I can't sit out while I'm watching my country be torn apart, and I'm watching my kids' futures be put at risk by what's going on in my country. So I had to do something. And so I asked a candidate, hey, let's figure out how we can work together and make sure one of us wins. Yeah, that's a great question, buddy. Make sure one of us wins this. We can't lose, right? There was no interest in that. So I said, okay, I guess you're here for a career, not here for what I'm here for. So I kept going. As the candidates came in, there was never a candidate that came in and I said, you are right for this. You will do better than me. I can get out and I can support you. You will fight for what I need you to fight for. You will do what's right for the kids in this country. And I'm not saying that they won't do their best, but I didn't find somebody that I thought was better for this position than me. However, as it has gone along, I have put out there that I am open to conversations about how we do this. How do we make sure that we win this? How do we make sure we've got a special guest coming on? How do we make sure that we do what's right? Whether it's me, somebody else, whatever. I'm just answering a question really quick. Good morning, Dr. Zlatz. Can you guys hear me? Because I can't hear you guys. Oh, but maybe that's because my thing's so quiet. Hello? No, I don't hear anything. But we're still here. So whatever that question was, I was open to it the entire time. Let's try again. Hello?
Yep, it's up now. Okay.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How was your night?
Oh my God, I love this. What more could a girl want? I'm making it through. That's what I can say about it.
I have an interesting new doctor fact that I just learned, and I love learning new things, so I'm going to share it with you off the topic. But so, did you know that a super saturated salt solution can take away warts 98% of the time?
Really? I did
I
not.
know. Little known fact. No, it's true. Gonna try it.
Huh. I'm
So,
just being
any,
ripped off by the compound W people,
oh yeah, right? I
right?
don't know. That I never tried that.
Oh.
Well, when you've had a wart for 40 years, you gotta try something. It's a plantar wart. So
Oh,
anyway,
you said what?
If a discussion of warts at 6:30 doesn't drive all your fans away, nothing will.
That's what happens when doctors get on the stream, man. They
That's
just
our
start
love
laughing
language.
at
We
me.
talk about that stuff all the time.
My husband too. Science, right? Like just
Yeah.
anything.
I'm just waking you up for the morning,
No, yeah, that's what I mean. I needed it. I needed that.
What's your campaign schedule for the day?
I got coffee at 10.
Good.
Wow.
And then I said I'm gonna take a nap and do something fun with my kids.
There you go.
I'm
Good.
pretty
Yeah.
sure that this was worth every second of my time.
Good. Well, good. Yeah. The balancing your campaign with your kids, you do a good job with that, Ann.
Are you being sarcastic right now?
No, I'm being serious. Your kids are on the trail with you. I mean, it's impossible to really balance it, but
Yeah, no, it's terrible. But they're my favorite people. I love them. It's true.
all right. Ours is going away to college, and we have sold him a crummy bill by being gone all summer doing this.
Oh, that
Unfortunately,
is a bummer, isn't it?
I
Oh,
know,
my
I
God.
know. A little guilt there.
They're all
That's the
working though.
worst. Oh, it's the worst part of it. It really, really is.
I would agree.
Well, if we're not working, they're working. So
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, so I was not able to bring any of your signs to Douglas County last night, but my understanding is the rest of the week, probably because of the car crash derby that goes on Friday and Saturday, that there's a big turnout. So we got to get some of your signs out to the Douglas County Fair. And
Okay. You're going again?
I will be in Lawrence, so get some signs to my house, and I'll get your signs to Douglas County, and I'll get your signs out to Johnson County.
Okay. Well, that's very
Okay.
kind of you. See,
Okay.
they're just such nice people. Like, gosh,
It's
how
a
can you be
front.
my arch nemesis and my best friend at the same
all
time?
right.
It's a front. I just kicked my dog.
Accidentally.
Your dog? What are you, Christy? No.
No, she's a little pushy. So
She's muzzling in here. She wants to be on camera, I think.
yeah, right.
Oh.
Okay.
We're not camera worthy right now.
Well, where's your coffee with Ann? Tell me, advertise that.
It's at Bare Necessities in Overland Park. Everybody's welcome.
Okay.
You come over?
Well, I will be greeting candidates in my clinic today.
Yeah.
As patients, no, not as candidate, and not as a candidate.
Yeah, not as a candidate. It has been funny though. I've had a couple patients come in, close the door, they get a big grin on their face, and they go, "Are you running for Senate?"
I love
They say,
it.
"Yeah, we can't really talk about this at work, but yes." So yeah, it's been good. It's been good.
We got to encourage people to vote. Everybody get out and vote.
Yeah, I love that.
That's for sure.
That's cute.
Yep.
Well, that's yeah.
Good.
So what? All day surgery?
No, just morning, and then I'm gonna go walk the streets. You met Trey. Trey has lined up where he wants me to go canvas, so I've got different spots today and tomorrow and Friday. Go back to the campaign talk to try to draw people to places. I got an invite on Monday to go to an event in Fort Scott on Thursday, which seemed like sort of short notice. Are you going? Do you know about that, Ann?
I do know about it, and I'm not going to make it because I actually have something else at the same time.
I have something else same time too.
Yeah.
I thought about sending Trey. I hate to not go to these forums, but I thought that was unbelievably short notice, unfortunately. So,
Yeah,
okay.
it was a
Okay.
bummer. But well, ask them if they're, if they're open to somebody else going, because sometimes they don't, they won't
Let
do
them
that
talk.
scene.
Right.
But
Right.
Yeah, good point.
I haven't seen people try it that much, I don't think, but I know like
Oh,
some places.
I sent him a text last night, and if they say yeah, I'll get you a heads up.
Okay.
Good.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, man. Have a good day.
All
Get
right,
some
yeah,
rest.
you.
You're looking great.
Yeah, you look great. You
Oh.
look like $1 million, Ian.
I always look my best in the 20th something hour of my day.
Right.
Y'all have a good day.
You
All
too.
right, take care.
Bye.
Bye now.
Bye. Anybody else want to get on the live stream? What are my running points? So like what are my issues for you're gonna have to be more specific, Dr. Latz. What are my running points? Or what am I running on? I want to see institutional reform. So I'm talking like I want term limits. I want rules of ethics for our elected officials or people running for office to be required to follow. I want accountability. I want campaign finance reform. I'd really like to see, at the very least, a cap on the amount every candidate for the same office can spend to run for these positions. So that's sorry, it's been many hours. So if I'm not as clear, forgive me. But so that's my number one is the institutional reform. I also want to see our antitrust laws enforced. That will go a long way to benefit the American people. Right now, a handful of companies are determining the price and quality of most things in this country, most industries, and there's no competition to drive the prices down and keep the qualities up. Where do I stand on the Second Amendment? I believe in our Constitution, all of it. I do believe that we need to require some education for people that want to own guns, because not everybody grows up being taught how to use them. I understand that not everybody is comfortable being around them and doesn't want to have them, and that's absolutely everyone's right, of course. But the one thing, and I'm of the mind we need to get everybody in the room and figure this out together. So everybody that's on both sides of an issue, we just need to sit down and figure this crap out. But one thing that everybody that I've met and spoken to agrees upon is the education. And because if you are going to have those, you need to know how to keep them in a safe manner and yeah. Hang on. So I think we're going to need, at the very least, an investigation into what has gone on with that agency in the past year and a half, perhaps longer than that. The American people need to understand the whole truth about what has happened. We can't live in this society where we all have piecemeal information and we all have competing information and conflicting information and only parts of information, and nobody gets the whole truth anymore. So that, at the very least, has to happen, in my opinion. If there's nothing salvageable for that agency, then I have no problem without the agency. I think that those funds could be much better spent processing the massive backlog of applications that we have pending right now. I am 100% in agreement that violent criminals cannot be allowed to roam free in our country, whether they are undocumented or not. So there's that. But I'm also of the mind that when I go and I meet a mother who's a U.S. citizen, born here, two mothers, in fact, both born here, and they're bringing their 3 and 6 children, respectively, to visit their fathers at an ICE detention facility on Father's Day, even though they're in the process of getting legal documentation and legal status for these 2 fathers. Yeah, I'm of the mind that that's not what we really need to be doing. Everybody's for getting the violent criminals. The immigrants that are fleeing those situations in their home countries also don't want it here. But I am not into taking dads with no criminal records who are in the process of getting their permanent residency away from their 3 and 6 U.S. citizen children, ranging in age from babies to 12 years old. And that I've seen with my own eyes. So if that's correct, then yeah, I think you're right. I think that's why I think we're going to have an investigation. We're going to have to get whatever the whole truth is out to the American people, and justice wherever justice is due. I think everybody should be able to live their life however they want to live their lives, without the government interfering in that. And everyone needs equal rights. And I'm horrified that that's a conversation we're having today. No. I can't imagine anyone's doing that right now. But no. What time is it going to be on? Do you know? I am interested to see what's going on there. You could turn it on here. Oh, okay. We could probably bring it up. I wonder if we could bring it up on the live stream so everybody can watch. Can you send a link? I think I can get one. Hang on. It should just be on C-SPAN, I think. Oh, I think it will come on C-SPAN, but Miranda asked if you can send a link and we can see if we can pull it up on the stream. I am going to take a little break, but I will be back. So thanks, everybody.
Workers were ordered to accept a medical procedure or lose their jobs. Worship assembly, employment, education, and travel were restricted in the name of science. While you did not impose every restriction, you used your public authority to justify them. While you concluded publicly that COVID occurred naturally, your private record tells a different story. In early 2020, your hand-picked virologist warned that the virus appeared to have been manipulated in the lab. In a conference call concerning the origin of the virus, all but 2 of the participants believed deliberate insertion was possible. Your concern was not merely theoretical. That same week, you led an urgent effort to determine whether your own agency had funded the research related to these experiments that were now under suspicion. Hours later, your assistant reported that the Wuhan experiments had indeed been reviewed and approved by the NIH. Those were not the actions of officials who believed that a research-related origin was an absurd conspiracy theory. They were the actions of officials urgently trying to determine whether their agency funding was connected to the research under discussion, connected to the pandemic. You could not hide that your agency had funded the Wuhan research or your long history of defending gain-of-function research. The only alternative left was to argue that COVID-19 did not originate in the Wuhan lab. You were not a detached observer. You had an institutional interest in the public believing that federally funded research had nothing to do with the pandemic. It was a conflict of interest from the very beginning. The authors of the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2 privately had serious doubts about a natural origin. Within days, though, they flipped, and they all wrote in proximal origin that the virus was almost certainly not a laboratory construct. That paper was then used by the government and the media and you to discredit Americans who were asking the same questions that you and the authors were asking yourselves privately. You even cited proximal origin from the White House podium. You held it out as evidence that the virus could not have been engineered, but you didn't disclose your role in the discussions that preceded the writing of the paper. You did not disclose the author's original concerns. You did not reveal that you had been part of the paper, that you had read and offered editorial comments on the paper before it was published, before you began using it as evidence that it couldn't have originated in the lab. You did not disclose that you had immediately investigated yourself whether NIAID funding might be connected to the research. You did not tell the American people the full story. Duly released private messages indicate that the doubts with the authors and others didn't disappear after the publication. So while this was being waved at the White House to show that it couldn't come from the lab, the authors were still privately continuing to assign a meaningful probability to a laboratory origin, one thing in public and another in private. Some of the same scientists discussed avoiding email and carefully managing communications that might eventually be obtained under the Freedom of Information Act. The pattern is straightforward. Privately, there was alarm, then an immediate inquiry to see if NIAID's possible exposure to funding, then a rapid public declaration of certainty, continued private doubt, and then years of resistance to disclosure. The question is why? The only logical answer is that your primary concern was avoiding culpability. Your primary concern was hiding the fact that you had approved the funding for this dangerous research. Your support of gain-of-function research is extensive and long-standing. In 2011, your agency funded Ron Fauci's laboratory when it mutated the avian flu until it could spread through the air between mammals. This was the tipping point. This is when others became worried. You funded this. You advocated for this. The federal government's own biosecurity board, though, recommended withholding the details of these experiments because of the danger the research posed. People were concerned that publishing it was publishing a roadmap to creating bioweapons around the world. But you sided with the gain-of-function scientist Fauci and argued that the benefits of publishing the research far outweighed the risks. You defended this avian flu transmissibility experiments as critical research. You wrote that even if a scientist became infected and triggered a pandemic, the benefits of the gain-of-function experiments outweighed the risk. In 2014, your agency, NIAID, began funding the Wuhan bat coronavirus work. In 2015, Ralph Barrick and the Chinese scientist Shi Zhengli published NIAID-supported research combining a bat coronavirus spike protein with a SARS backbone. The resulting virus could infect human airway cells. It's a novel virus that now can infect human cells. It gained transmissibility, it gained function. In 2018, the same group of scientists, EcoHealth, Barrick, Shi, and their collaborators submitted the diffuse proposal, which involved the insertion of a furin cleavage site into the coronavirus. DARPA rejected it as too dangerous. When COVID was sequenced, though, early on in January of 2020, within days, scientists discovered that, lo and behold, it had a novel furin cleavage site, just as had been proposed in the diffuse project. This was either an extraordinary coincidence or a smoking gun, evidence that the Chinese had created COVID-19. It made the laboratory origin question more legitimate, and it made your categorical public denials indefensible. On May 11th, 2021, you told the Senate, the NIH has never, ever, and does not now fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan, in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. When I gave you the opportunity to correct the record, to reconsider the statement, you responded that you had never before lied to Congress. We were then told that only the government's narrowest regulation of definition counted here, that you could define gain of function in one way in which this wasn't gain of function, in which all of the common sense of the world would be thrown out, all of the idea that the mice were dying and the virus was more transmissible didn't matter because you had a technical definition that allowed you to fund it. But the real question is, was it dangerous? Was it a wise decision to fund this? And you haven't deviated from that. You've never admitted that it could have been a mistake funding this research in China. The American people weren't asking for a semantics debate over what is gain of function. They were asking, does common sense say this research was dangerous in Wuhan? They wanted to know whether their money-funded experiments in Wuhan that made bat coronaviruses better able to infect humans. The answer is yes. They wanted to know whether NIAID adequately supervised their work. The answer is no. When you defended this research, you described its benefits in the broadest terms. But when Congress demanded accountability, you hid behind the narrowest possible definition. You can't have it both ways. Your conduct concerning federal records raises further questions. It is a crime to destroy federal records. Yet our investigation reveals your assistant diligently reported that she deleted tons of emails. In 2024, you testified that you did not delete federal records. Who's telling the truth, you or your assistant? The committee has obtained repeated instructions from you telling federal officials to delete communications. On February 2nd, 2020, one day after Origin's call, you told Francis Collins, please delete this email after you read it. The committee asked for your voluntary cooperation to come today. Your appearance had to be compelled by subpoena. You're here today under duress. You're here today because of the court ordering it. President Biden issued you a sweeping pardon extending back to 2014, the same pardon he gave to his son Hunter. A pardon may protect a person from criminal prosecution, doesn't rewrite history. It does not erase documents. It does not convert a misleading statement into a truthful one. And it does not prevent Congress from establishing what happened. There will be another pandemic. There will be another crisis. And there will again be officials who insist that uncertainty must be hidden for the public's own good. They will demand obedience. They will invoke science. I am the science, as though it were a commandment. They will argue that government officials cannot be questioned because questioning them would undermine public trust. They have it backwards. It is secrecy that destroys trust. It is arrogance that destroys trust. It is censorship that destroys trust. And it is the refusal to admit error that destroys trust. That loss of trust may be your most damaging legacy. Trust can't be ordered. It has to be earned. No scientist is above scrutiny. No government official is beyond accountability. And no public servant has the right to treat the suffering of millions of Americans as a footnote to his preferred version of history. I now recognize Senator Peters for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee has a long and a very proud history of conducting serious oversight on behalf of the American people. When this committee has been at its best, Democrats and Republicans have worked together to investigate complicated issues, to follow the facts wherever they may lead, and produce recommendations that actually strengthen our nation's security and improve government functions. That bipartisan tradition has produced meaningful work following Hurricane Katrina, the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, failures at the Secret Service, and countless other matters. Unfortunately, today's hearing is the latest step in the chairman's sharp departure from that long tradition. This hearing appears to be a culmination of months of biased and selected efforts by the majority under the guise of a committee investigation to basically legitimize a predetermined conclusion that was reached years ago. In 2021, the chairman has called for today's witness to be fired, to be arrested, accused him of leading cover-ups and conspiracies. He has even featured the witness prominently in fundraising emails and on the cover of his book. He has also called for the cancellation of the witness's security detail, despite the fact the witness and his family have received numerous credible death threats. When I served as chairman, Senator Paul and I launched a bipartisan biosecurity investigation that included oversight of risky research and the origins of COVID-19, because we agreed that the committee's work would be stronger if we did it in a bipartisan manner and just followed the facts. That was and continues to be an area of legitimate and certainly needed oversight. As chairman, Senator Paul has taken the opposite approach. He has abandoned longstanding practice by blocking minority participation in committee oversight actions and has chosen to selectively release committee records that the minority has never had any access to in order to support his pre-drawn conclusions. The chairman has repeatedly excluded committee's minority and withheld documents and evidence from members that are entitled to receive them, disregarding longstanding Senate rules and committee precedent that have preserved the credibility of our oversight in this committee for decades. I have raised these concerns directly with the chairman because it's not just what we investigate that matters, but how we conduct that investigation. That also matters. One-sided investigations designed to validate predetermined conclusions do not serve the American people who sent us to actually uncover the truth and to solve problems. I wrote to the chairman requesting that he adhere to committee rules. But instead of addressing concerns that I raised, he removed part of the committee's website from the public view. This move not only prevented the public from being able to view those lists of concerns, it adds serious questions about the desire for transparency and legitimate oversight of this matter. But what makes today's hearing particularly disappointing is not simply the chairman's actions, but what we could be using this committee's true and time oversight responsibilities to accomplish. This committee has not held its annual threats hearing at all of this Congress. We have not held a budget hearing for the Department of Homeland Security. There are important hearings that we would have the opportunity to discuss as to how to strengthen our Homeland Security across the board. No hearings on those topics. Instead of focusing on the national security challenges that we are facing in our country right now, today's hearing looks backwards, revisiting questions this committee has already examined, including through bipartisan work that Senator Paul and I conducted together when I served as chairman of this committee. But rather than building on that work to strengthen our preparedness against future disasters, we are instead relitigating the past. COVID-19 exposed serious deficiencies in our nation's public health infrastructure. We know that. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives, and this committee should absolutely continue examining how we can better prepare our nation against future biological threats. Those are the kinds of forward-looking, life-saving questions that will help our nation be better prepared to protect the health and the safety of Americans when the next emergency occurs. Unfortunately, at this precise moment, we should be strengthening our capabilities. The Trump administration seems to be doing everything in their power to actually weaken our capabilities. The administration has hollowed out the public health workforce. They have fired, pushed out, and cut funding for public health personnel, shrinking the CDC workforce by a quarter. Thousands of experienced scientists have left government service, and with them has gone critical institutional knowledge that cannot be easily replaced, certainly not quickly replaced. The administration, thanks to political operatives like Russell Vought, has slashed or illegally withheld funding for life-saving medicines and cutting-edge technologies that let us rapidly develop them during an emergency. Mr. Vought is now further politicizing the federal grant-making process, proposing to subject all federal grants, including those for disaster relief, housing development, and cancer research, to the whims of political appointees, not nonpartisan experts. All of this has left the American people more vulnerable to infectious disease threats, and we are already tragically seeing the consequences. Staffing and funding cuts have slowed the federal, state, and local response to ongoing outbreak of a foodborne parasite, which has sickened thousands in my home state of Michigan, as well as across the country. At the same time, the administration cuts to global health programs and international partnerships have greatly reduced our ability to contain dangerous diseases like Ebola before they spread to our shores. We should be examining whether our federal health agencies have the personnel and the resources they need to effectively prevent, detect, and respond to these threats. We should be asking how to strengthen our biodefense efforts to deter our adversaries and prevent biological attacks against our country, and how our government can better coordinate and communicate during public health emergencies. These are the kinds of forward-looking matters that are worthy of this committee's time. Instead, we are here continuing the chairman's year-long focus on one individual. History tells us, unfortunately, another pandemic is all but inevitable. The question is whether Congress and this committee will work to better prepare our country for it, or continue looking backward while our public health infrastructure crumbles around us. That is the hearing that we should be having today. Unfortunately, I fear the intent of this hearing is only meant to further a purely partisan agenda and it will not make Americans safer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The accusation that the committee has denied access to the minority to records is categorically false. This is the most transparent investigation in the history of Congress. We actually created a website, and we put all of the information on the website. It continues to operate. The reason it hasn't been accessed is no Democrat ever signed up for it. Not one Democrat. We told them the access. They never asked for the access code. They haven't been on the website because they have not cared about the investigation. It's a practice of this committee to swear in the witness. Dr. Fauci, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Dr. Anthony Fauci, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Member Peters, members of the committee, I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period, I proved that I believe in and respect the value of legitimate congressional oversight. In fact, I testified before and/or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews, answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars, unquote. Any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion. Therefore, although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
We will now begin a round of questioning. Dr. Fauci, your testimony today is compelled by a lawful subpoena. As you know, it's a crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 to knowingly make a material false statement to Congress, with a penalty up to 5 years of imprisonment. Understanding that you are under oath, the American people would like to understand your reasoning, your rationale for why you chose to fund the research in Wuhan. There have been, intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, have all come to the conclusion that more likely than not, the virus came from the lab in Wuhan. And so we'd like to know, what was the rationale? What was the discussion? How, what went behind the decision to fund the research in Wuhan? How did you come to the conclusion that a totalitarian country would be capable of doing this in a BSL-2 lab, a lab that lacked the security? What was the reasoning? And are you sorry, basically, for making the decision? Would you, given another chance, say, well, gosh, circumstances now as I know it, maybe it wasn't a wise thing. Can you explain to the committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
There's that.
In the red folder on your
You don't need to
table
walk
is
to
a
a
copy
sworn
of Section
person.
192 of Title II of the U.S. Code. Your counsel has been provided a copy as well. That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena to refuse to answer any questions pertinent to the question under inquiry. Do you have that in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let the record record that the witness has refused to answer whether there's a folder in front of him based on his Fifth Amendment right. It is true that you're appearing under direction of our subpoena to provide testimony on matters under consideration by the committee, including the origins of COVID-19, risky life sciences research, and your tenure as a federal government employee. Additionally, you've been provided a full and unconditional pardon dated January 19th, 2025, for any offenses against the United States which may have been committed or taken part from January 1st, 2014 through the date of the pardon for a 10-year period, arising from or in any manner related to your service as director of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases, as a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, or the White House COVID-19 response team, or as chief medical advisor to the president. Have you refused this pardon, or do you have any reason to believe this full and unconditional pardon, this grant of immunity, would somehow require you to plead the Fifth Amendment?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Based on the facts presented, I'm going to direct you to answer the questions. The committee has issued a valid subpoena. They have requested your presence here. The questions are very pertinent to your decision-making as head of NIAID, as well as a chief advisor to the president. Do you still refuse to answer the questions?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let's do Dr. Fauci, were you ever made aware of gain-of-function research on monkeypox being conducted at the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasure Center, NBAC, at Fort Detrick?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, did the CIA ever transfer funds to NIH under an interagency agreement?
I have no thoughts right now, Miranda. I'm so.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Questions. Dr. Fauci, did the NIH ever conduct research for or in coordination with any element of the intelligence community, CIA, ODNI?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The reason why these questions are important is, President Trump has done a ban, and we're glad that he did a ban on gain-of-function research. So we're better off than we were when we had an advocate serving as head of NIAID, an advocate for gain-of-function research. There is still, though, a question, though, whether or not the intelligence community is adhering to that order. There's a question of whether or not gain-of-function research is still ongoing. And these are important questions the American people deserve to know. Dr. Fauci, have you been read into any classified Department of Homeland Security program, any prospective special access program concerning gain-of-function research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
When we look at the research in China, the gain-of-function research that you've denied was gain-of-function, one of the things that startled the scientists when they saw COVID in the first couple of weeks was when they looked at the sequence of it, they said, oh my God, there's a furin cleavage site in it. And in this particular family of coronaviruses, the sarbecoviruses, they'd never seen this before. They were also startled to look at it and see how it was coded for, what the codons were, and to discover that the codons used out of 36 different possibilities turned out to be the one that was commonly used in gene manipulation by scientists. Dr. Fauci, were the scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology capable of inserting a furin cleavage site into a coronavirus?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
It is, like, throughout our history.
So one of the experiments that was pretty common was they would take the backbone of a SARS virus. This would be a SARS virus that the backbone itself wasn't that dangerous, but then they would dig through guano 300 feet underground, bat guano,
Like, I feel like this
they'd
is
find
in
other
the-
viruses, unknown viruses, they'd
been
take
in
the
the
S
last,
protein
like,
off of an unknown virus
how
and stick
many
it on a
years?
backbone. And then they would infect mice that have humanized cells. And they were trying to discover if they could create a virus
Maybe I just
that
never paid
infects
attention
humans.
before that.
Many people would say, well, gosh, that doesn't sound like a really
Does anybody
good idea
know?
to create viruses
My question
that
makes
don't
sense.
exist in nature to see if they'll infect human cells. What if one escaped? What if you keep infecting this and do serial passage, you actually adapt the virus
Like, is this
to be infectious
all
to
Congress has
humans?
ever done is just
So the question is
investigate
whether or not
previous
Dr.
administrations.
Fauci,
'Cause
the Wuhan
that's
Institute of Virology, was combining an S
all they
protein with
seem to
one
do
virus
anymore.
with the backbone of others, and could this lead to a virus? Maybe it wasn't even predicted, but could it lead to viruses that gained in function and then could lead to a pandemic?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
One of the arguments that you and others have made against this virus coming from the lab is it couldn't have come from the viruses that have been published. And nobody's really arguing that. I think from the very beginning, people acknowledged that the viruses that have been published are too far evolutionarily distant from a virus that could have become COVID-19. But what has never been acknowledged by the side who tries to call the other side a conspiracy theory, which is really something you don't usually see in a scientific debate. This is the first time I've ever seen an article printed in Lancet by your friends who called this a conspiracy theory. You know, these are the kind of things you see as a screed on a political, website. You don't really see this in science. But when they release this as being a conspiracy theory, we're wondering that when you do this, when you combine these viruses and are able to grow them in humanized cells, whether or not this kind of risky research, whether you call it gain of function or not, whether you use the definition of gain of function, whether this kind of research should have had more scrutiny. I think in your House testimony, you testified that you never traveled to China and that you were unaware that anybody at NIH ever examined the labs, that you trusted the Chinese scientists. I think you said that even recently, that with your discretion, you trusted the Chinese scientists. The problem is that even in our country, we trust our scientists. They're good American scientists, probably doing the right thing for America. But at the same time, we oversight to make sure it's not dangerous research, but we also investigate the lab. I believe Fort Detrick was one of our main labs was closed down in the last year or two because of research institute, a research incident that was dangerous with dangerous pathogens. And so the American people would want to know, how could you approve this dangerous research in China, say that you trusted the Chinese scientists, and then in the end, you had to admit that you'd never been there, and none of your inspectors had ever been there. Dr. Fauci, had any of the labs where this dangerous research occurred, were any American lab oversight or lab investigators, did they ever appear in these labs to make sure that they were safe labs?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So one of the main theories for those who have looked at this being created in the lab was the idea that could have come from a virus not previously published. Dr. Fauci, are you aware that Dr. Shi, who worked for the Wuhan Institute of Virology, was said to, and I think in her own words, to have over 100 viruses that had not been previously published that could have been a close enough relative to create COVID-19. Are you aware of that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Under your testimony previously, when you denied ever having funded gain of function in China, it was so adamant as to be striking, to leave no room for any interpretation of what is or isn't gain of function research. But there's another important question. Did you fund gain of function research in other biolabs around the world?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The one research project that we do know you did fund is the one that Ron Fouchier did. And it's important to talk about because this sort of was the beginning of the debate over gain of function. This wasn't just me. I wasn't even aware of the debate 10 years ago. This was other scientists. Over 200 scientists at the Cambridge Working Group signed a protest because they didn't think you should fund the research, and they didn't think it should even be published because it was sort of a roadmap as to how to make a bioweapon. So what they did was the avian flu, and this is important. It may be the most important question we get to here today. The avian flu has about 50% mortality for humans. The good news, though, about animal viruses is they don't infect humans very well. It will infect humans, but doesn't go human to human very well. Ron Fouchier, with the money that you provided to him, did an experiment where he caused purposeful mutations to create a new virus, an avian flu that didn't just infect birds well, but actually infected mammals well, went ferret to ferret in an aerosolized manner. People saw this and were aghast, at the decision-making process that you decided to fund this. But this is when, the debate came about, and you wrote in support of this in the Washington Post, and you said, even if a scientist is bitten, even if a pandemic should occur, the knowledge is worth the risks. Do you still stand by that? Would you like to qualify at all whether or not the knowledge of gain of function is worth the risks, particularly in this case, since we now know 15 million people died worldwide? Many people believe this came from the lab. Do you think that the risks really are worth the benefits for gain of function research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
All right. We're going to finish with this question, and it's based really on that statement, that general statement in your support for gain of function, the idea that the benefits outweigh the risks. So there are many other people who disagree, and they aren't politicians or not, I don't know what party they're in. David Relman is probably one of the most esteemed, and he is a scientist at Stanford. He, I think, has classified clearance. He's been a consultant to our government probably for a decade or more. And he's written about this publicly. He says the opposite. He said that the risks of this research do not outweigh the benefits. He said the risks, we shouldn't do it. Richard E. Bright, who's been involved in this debate for 2 decades, says the same thing. We really shouldn't be doing this at all. There's a quote also by, the Kevin Esfelt quote is that at the very end.
Like, what is this nonsense crap he's holding up? This kind of
Kevin
thing is
Esfelt, who's a CRISPR scientist at MIT,
the
also
photo and
wrote
just come on,
about
man.
this gain of function. I implore every scientist, funder, and nation working in the field, please stop. No more trying to discover or make pandemic-capable viruses. No more experiments likely to disseminate blueprints for plagues. Dr. Fauci, would you like to at least answer this one question for us today and let us know whether or not you've changed your mind on whether or not the benefits of gain of function research outweigh the risks?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer, but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider after this hearing what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Senator Peters. You're not recognized. You're not recognized. If you are unruly, you will be removed from the proceeding. You are not recognized, and you are not recognized, sir. Sir, you are not recognized. You are not recognized. Security, we'll hold off, but you will respect these proceedings. You were told not to sit at the table. You insist on sitting at the table, and we told you you would not be recognized. You are not invited here for testimony, sir. You are being disruptive. Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises. So I would say, sir, sit quietly and don't say another word. I said, sit quietly. You are not recognized. Another word and you're gone.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what the attorney has to say.
He is not recognized by the committee or the chair. If he speaks again, he will be removed from the room. This testimony is from Anthony Fauci. This is not a game with his lawyers. He can advise, his lawyers can give him advice. He's got a half dozen here. They're all allowed to talk to him.
Yes.
All right? Yes. But The attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
Now, see that nonsense? Get that out of the, come on, get that out of the government, this stopping nonsense. So ridiculous.
Let the record state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that he brought along today. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The COVID-19 pandemic is not the first or the last public health crisis to impact our nation. In December 2022, I released a report that identified significant failures in our federal government's preparedness and initial response to COVID-19. This report contained 17 key findings. It's a very large report, which I have right here. It contains 17 key findings and corresponding recommendations, including the need to invest in sustainable domestic manufacturing capabilities for critical medical supplies, build the infrastructure needed to surge testing capacity for infectious diseases, and robustly fund public health emergency preparedness and responses across all levels of government. Unfortunately, multiple administrations, including the current Trump administration, have failed to fund or to reform our health preparedness. This is something that I would hope the committee in the future would investigate. It needs to be taken a look at. It also feels like a new public health threat is hitting us every month. There's a foodborne parasite affecting thousands of people in Michigan and across the country, and our federal agencies still haven't fully pinned down the source of that outbreak. Measles cases in this country are at the highest they've been in 35 years. More children are getting sick and even hospitalized from this preventable disease. Over 1,000 people have died from the Ebola virus in Africa, and we don't know how widespread this crisis actually is. We have a hantavirus scare on a cruise ship, and though it hasn't made headlines in the way that the screwworm
Clapping stuff, they do it at the State of the Union, and they're all cheering if they agree or whatever. It's just, it's so much showmanship anymore. Just give us the information. We don't need the commentary.
These actions are both incomprehensible and are also inexcusable. They include slashing funding for public health and infectious disease research, canceling contracts for cutting-edge vaccine technology, shutting agencies responsible for tackling...
I can't hear anything this guy's saying. I don't know what happened to my sound. I thought we were gonna see puppies again.
Like COVID-19 strikes, we have an obligation to examine what went right and what went wrong, and provide accountability for the American people.
Yeah, I can't hear it either.
Between the House and Senate, nearly 20 different committees, including this committee, as I mentioned, have conducted oversight of the COVID-19 pandemic, conducting
That's the truth.
holding dozens of hearings, and released more than 10 reports. Today's exercise, unfortunately, is a stark departure from those largely bipartisan, legitimate efforts. The chairman has shut the minority out of participating equally in these efforts, withheld information, selectively released documents, actions that completely undermine the credibility of this investigation. I will enter a record without objection, Mr. Chairman, a letter that I sent to you that detailed all of those areas that we have concern with and where we were shut out.
Without objection.
We'll provide other details as well. I think today's hearing unfortunately does real damage. It's tempting to turn one person into the scapegoat for a crisis that hundreds of officials across both the Trump and the Biden administration were responsible for handling. And it does so in a way that people that are facing death threats. This is only going to unfortunately deter other scientific experts from public service to understand that this is what they would have to go through as they provide their advice to us. We're not going to make our nation safer, and I hope that we can restore by doing these kinds of activities, and I hope that we can restore our legitimate bipartisan oversight that's going to help strengthen our public health and pandemic preparedness and other homeland priorities. That's what this committee needs to focus on. It hasn't the last year and a half. Let's hope it does in the future. Thank you.
They're awake now.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, I hope the American people listen very carefully to Chairman Paul's opening statement. I think it's a stunning indictment of the actions you take that are so destructive to global health. I certainly understand why you needed a pardon. I certainly understand why
they've already destroyed my living room.
Because I think it'll be almost impossible.
They're having so much fun.
Without really demonstrating what you did.
Squish, what you got? There's nothing in there anymore. Did you eat it? Let me see. Oh, you got it all. Oh.
There are so many legitimate questions that deserve answers.
I got it. Oh.
So, with my limited time, I'm going to talk about things that my investigation that have not been
Staring at me like that for you.
quite honestly, haven't been adequately covered by the legacy. I'll kind of combine the questions into kind of one, but I certainly, let's put up the last chart.
Hey, don't let me disrupt your fun.
Early on about the dangers of the experimental gene therapy that you call the vaccine, but it really falls under the definition of gene therapy. So, I was going to ask.
Oh, Mom's in here. Stop arguing.
The safety surveillance systems like Bayers and eSafe that literally were deluged with complaints. But currently, worldwide, there have been almost 1.7 million adverse events reported to the Bayer system. Of those, over 39,000 were deaths. And of those deaths, 24% occur on the date of vaccination within 1 or 2 days. 24%, which, by the way, just happens to be the same percentage that a Rasmussen poll pointed out. The American public believes 24% of the American public believe they know somebody died of the experimental gene therapy. So again, I was certainly interested in asking you whether or not you were following this as carefully as I was. It's not my responsibility to follow safety surveillance systems, but I did. By the way, when I published this is actual government information. I published it, and people had me on their shows. They would be censored by Facebook. They'd be deplatformed.
I'll be back.
Largely because of actions you took to make sure that disinformation wasn't spread. This wasn't disinformation. This was the truth.
Oh, inappropriate. Lily.
Marks, I think you do know him. He's the head of CEDA. He's the man who's in charge of approving vaccines and surveilling for safety. My investigation shows that on March 1st, 2021, less than 3 months after emergency use authorizations, he was warned by Dr. Anna Sharsman, that Mine expert, that the algorithm they were using to analyze VAERS data is going to hide in mass safety signals. 26 days later and 3 months consecutively after that, they did data runs with a new algorithm that unmasked those safety signals. They showed dozens of safety signals, including sudden cardiac death, cerebral artery occlusion, basal ganglia stroke, vagal rhythm, Bell's palsy, pulmonary infarction. Your diaries now show that you actually suffered pulmonary infarction in, I think, probably June 2021. I was just wondering whether it ever went through your mind that maybe that injection, all those boosters you took, might have caused that. And the question I was going to, and I'll ask this question: were you ever made aware of the fact that Peter Marks was warned that the algorithm was going to hide the safety signals? And were you told that senior FDA officials were given shown dozens of safety signals associated with the COVID injection?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Next area I want to go through is in that same month of March 2021, an employee at NIH, Dr. Nath, led a team of researchers who were diagnosing and treating individuals who never had COVID or were severely injured by the genetic therapy injections. Dr. Nath told those individuals, stay quiet. We want to make sure that we gather all the information and then release it to doctors so they can treat people like yourself. There was a concerted effort, and I'll enter this in the record. It appears inside NIH to quash Dr. Nath's publishing that study. It finally was put on a preprint server telling no one, I think about May of 2022. I think what's noteworthy about this is Dr. Nath told the injured participants that early treatment, early intervention was crucial for them to be treated. And yet within the NIH, they were questioning what was Dr. Nath doing. They didn't want to publish that because, I don't want to take time searching for it, because publishing it would create vaccine hesitancy, which is what we continue to hear time and time again. Is the reason they didn't promote they lied about the safety signals they were seeing. Throughout the pandemic, I always pushed early treatment. We've got things in here where you were really concerned about remdesivir because it was untested, but hydroxychloroquine, it was an improved drug, maybe some safety issues, but we had a great deal of experience with it. All of a sudden, you had the Surgisphere study. It was retracted within 2 weeks because it was completely false. Totally blew up the use of hydroxychloroquine. And then when it comes to ivermectin, which, by the way, because I was contacted by so many people, I referred them to doctors who actually had the courage and capacity to treat vaccine-injured individuals. It works. But I was going to ask you whether you were involved in the FDA attack on ivermectin. You had an interview on CNN on August 29th of 2021, where, again, I just don't want to take time to find the exact quote, but said there's no evidence that ivermectin is helpful. On that exact same day, and I've got the studies right here. There was a website that was tracking the random controlled studies. But here they are, showing 67% efficacy of ivermectin. The same day you say there's no evidence, there's all kinds of evidence. Loved ones had to go to hospitals, had to sue hospitals just to try it. So I would want to know, to what extent were you involved in sabotaging hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and did you do that because you knew The only way you get emergency use authorization for these drugs, this experimental gene therapy, was if there's no effective treatment, get the emergency use authorization. So is that why you help sabotage these cheap generic drugs in favor of remdesivir, which, by the way, nurses, are you aware of the fact that nurses call it run, death is near?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
But let me end on this note, because this just came to light. You know, we've got 11 million pages of documents. We also have other people who were in the room. But now you actually lied to your own diary. On March 27, 2020, you wrote in your diary, "To my surprise yesterday, the POTUS sent a letter to governors outlining a plan to reopen county by county while monitoring the spread of virus in low-risk counties. This was half-baked and never shown through Deb or I before it was sent out." So we have evidence that, in fact, you were fully aware of it and certainly approved, if not authored it. So I was just simply asking, is that true? I mean, did you literally lie to your own diary? Did you know of that letter sent to governors about reopening county by county? Again, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask you to ask the witness just to answer that one simple question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci, I want to start by thanking you for more than 50 years of service to this country at the National Institutes of Health. And it is unfortunate that you have been put in the position that you are in today. And it must be enormously frustrating to know that this hearing is designed to entrap you. It must be very frustrating for your attorneys to hear the chair's mischaracterization of the legal issues and posture that impact your decisions at the witness table today. Meanwhile, I was going to ask you a series of questions about things that are relevant right now to the people of the United States about the state of public health in this country. Since President Trump took office in 2025, more than 4,500 cases of measles have been reported. That is more cases in the year and a half since Donald Trump has been president than were reported from 2000 to 2024 combined. Children are dying because there has been increased vaccine hesitancy, fueled by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and frankly, his entire administration. Thousands of people in the United States of America have been sickened by a food-borne parasite, and the outbreak is nowhere near under control, as staffing at the FDA and other critical public health entities has been slashed by Russell Vought and Elon Musk. Last year, the National Institutes of Health awarded 201 fewer grants compared to the previous years. 207, I am corrected. Compared to previous years. As those grants were either canceled or delays, especially at the beginning of the Trump administration, I can tell my colleagues what the impact was on people in New Hampshire, on scientists in New Hampshire, on clinical trials in New Hampshire, where people's cancer treatment was interrupted because Elon Musk and Russell Vought know better, they say, than the people at NIH about what to fund. And because they did some sort of word search, it seems, for some of the grants, and boy, oh boy, if you were studying rural health in New Hampshire and trying to understand how to better engage people who need health care in rural America, that was off the table. America is losing researchers and scientists to other countries because researchers and scientists, highly trained, highly qualified, invested in often
This is very true.
by the American taxpayer, are finding the hostility from this administration so strong that it interferes with their science, and they want to pursue science wherever that science takes them. I also sit on the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. We have had a number of hearings with nominees recently to fill critical spots. One of those nominees is Dr. Erica Schwartz, a brilliant woman, medical degree, biomedical engineering degree. I think she also told us she has a law degree and a master's in public health. She was a 2-star admiral in the United States Navy, an experienced doctor. And yet, when I asked her if she would push back at Secretary Kennedy, if he instructed her to suspend the promotion of the flu vaccine as he did some point in the last few months, there's an email to prove it, she couldn't answer that question. She either could not, would not, or had been bullied into evading a question about whether she, as the director of CDC, would stand up to Secretary Kennedy, the most unqualified Secretary of Health and Human Services this country has ever seen, and more than unqualified, somebody who pursues conspiracy theories, degrades people with disabilities, and continues to promote disproved science. That's the state of healthcare and public health in this country right now, not to mention the $1 trillion or so of cuts to the Medicaid program that is decimating healthcare in my state and decimating it around the country, not to mention the refusal of my colleagues and this administration to extend critical tax cuts for people who are trying to afford insurance on the Affordable Care Act. I
What
just
do you
was
mean,
at one of my community health clinics, and they are reporting fewer and fewer people coming in for
Cash.
care, disrupting care because they can no longer afford health insurance.
Understand what happened
And
to
that
us?
has
What do you
impacted, of
mean?
course, the revenue stream to the community health clinic, their ability to hire and pay people, their ability to take care of their community. That's what I wish we were having hearings about in this committee and in the Health Committee. That's what I wish we were trying to address in a bipartisan way. But instead, we are here in an attempt to entrap you because you had a distinguished career trying to put Americans' public health first. With that, I yield.
Senator Lankford.
Chairman, thank you. Dr. Fauci, thanks for coming today. I know you're invoking your Fifth Amendment right, which you have the right to be able to do constitutionally, but thanks for coming and be a part of this. There are a lot of issues and a lot of questions that have come up, and hopefully in some day in the future, we'll be able to get all this clarity to be able to pull together. There were over 1 million Americans that died from COVID. You know that well. You were tracking the numbers literally every single day, those affected and those that died from the earliest days. There are a lot of lessons that we've got to learn from this, that we should put into history to be able to determine what happens in the future, how do we respond in the future, how do we deal with something like this again. It was uncharted territory for everyone. But I would tell you, countless families, including my own, watched a loved one die behind glass or through a screen because we couldn't get access to them. Children couldn't get to school. People missed their prom or graduation ceremonies. There were lots of things that happened that dramatically changed the future of the country. The mental health issues that we have continued to deal with from the isolation have been profound. Even something as simple as children that wore masks or around adults wearing masks for all that time are slower in learning language now because they couldn't watch someone's lips moving, and so they're slower in that. Amazingly enough, churches and places of worship were forced to be closed down. There were even churches that met where the pastor preached in the parking lot and the congregants all met in their cars with windows up, and police came and scattered them and said, you can't be here. The simple act of social distancing became an issue. As everyone guessed, what's the right distance to be away from someone else? Literacy rates have declined. All these things are results, not to mention the loss of lives and the health experiences that have been out there for many Americans. So there are legitimate questions. I wanted to be able to raise some of those, to be able to walk through some of this, because it has been very, very challenging. As we've gone through some of your notes and your diary and other things that are out there, we're trying to be able to pull bits and pieces of things to be able to learn lessons. On May the 6th, 2020, you wrote at that time, I had a conversation with Robert Redfield, as you know well, was then the director of CDC, about the fact that greater than 1 million children worldwide have missed their measles vaccination because of the shutdown. You stated, this is terrible and needs to be addressed, since on that basis alone, there would be far more excess deaths from measles among children than coronavirus deaths among children. I need to bring this up to the TF, the task force. Did you ever have an opportunity to bring up the potential of measles deaths among children and an infection rate going around the world from measles based on the fact that so many children would not get their measles vaccine because of the shutdown?
I'm sorry, Senator, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
That is your right to do. One of the big issues that's really coming up is on the lab issue.
11.
This was greatly discussed about whether this came from a lab or whether this came from nature. There are obvious issues and differences between the two to be able to know this. You had a lot of conversation on this. Scientists around the world were in conversation on this. There were different statements that you even made in your private notes and your public notes on it. In January the 26th of 2020, this is before we had our first tragic death of coronavirus in the United States. You wrote, it now appears using EpiData that the genomic data, the first infection was in early December and was not connected to the market, which was the big rumor that was out there. It was this wet market in China. We know the market was not the source, it was the amplifier. On January the 31st, you wrote about a phone call. You wrote the people on the phone felt the mutations around the furin cleavage site of the spike protein could not have occurred naturally, since it would require an evolutionary jump that they found nowhere in bat isolates. They bring up the possibility this could have been deliberately inserted and either accidentally released or deliberately released by a crazy person in the lab, the former being the most likely. February the 1st.
Nope.
Same year, 2020. This is again still before our first death. There was not total agreement about the likelihood of deliberate insertion. Ron said he was sure that this could occur naturally, and we should not waste our time and divert our effort to pursue this. This is expected of him since he was the original gain-of-function person with Yoshi. Also, Christian was with Ron. The rest felt deliberate insertion was possible, and given the fact that Dr. Jingling Shi at the University of Wuhan has been working for years in gain-of-function in coronaviruses to allow adaptation of the spike protein to bind to the human ACE2 receptor, we could not let this go. That's a remarkable statement for February the 1st of 2020, when there hadn't even been the first death here, but we knew something was moving. You knew well that something was moving. You identified February the 1st before any of us had ever heard of the Wuhan lab, not only the Wuhan lab in the conversation, but literally the scientist that you named in your own notes, the lead scientist that was there. It's interesting to me on that. And the questions I was going to ask you was just your background and knowledge about the Wuhan lab and Dr. Shi and all the details. I'm aware of where you have been on trying to be able to plead your Fifth Amendment right, which is your right to be able to do. But I also want to be able to find out some facts to be able to help us for the future on this. The Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in May of 2020 put out a classified document that has only been recently unclassified on this that had this statement: we assess all the necessary conditions for an accidental release of a laboratory-modified coronavirus, specifically a coronavirus adapted to recognize human cell receptors, were present at the Chinese Wuhan Institute of Virology in mid to late 2019. Now, the question that I had for you is, this is May the 27th of 2020. This is the report that most people will see, is this. I have clearance. I serve on the Intelligence Committee. I've actually read this complete document unredacted. My concern is, were you given the ability to see this document unredacted? Based on your position, were you able to see this and to be able to get this information? I could see it, and I know what's here. Everybody else just has their conclusion at the beginning of it, not this. My question to you was going to be, did you have access? Because it's important for the future that people in your position do have access to this kind of information and insight. Is there any way you could answer that question? Were you able to give access to this data?
On the advice, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You wrote on January the 26th of 2020, we should be allowed to send our CDC epidemiologists to China to work with them so they could see the data firsthand. You also wrote in February 12th, 2020, that you had great concerns about the World Health Organization because it depends greatly on China and, as you stated, often bows to them. Now, this is a really important issue that we've got to resolve for the future. It's not just our cooperation with Chinese scientists, it's our acknowledgement that China covered up their data, wouldn't allow our scientists to be able to come in. They cleaned up the wet market. They cleaned up the other areas. They wouldn't allow you to get access to all the other scientists who are there, including their health records, what happened to them, or even all the sequencing that they had done in advance. For the future of our research and our cooperation with any scientist around the world, I think it's really important that we resolve, if we're going to fund research and cooperate with you, we've got to have certain things from you. If things go sideways, we've got to have access to all information in all places. You were noting not only that China was affecting the World Health Organization and that China was bending them to their will, and so the World Health Organization was putting out data that you saw, at least at that point, as being from a Chinese perspective, covering up what was going on, but you also noted we weren't able to get access to all this information. We've got to be able to figure this out for the future to be able to make sure that research that is done, we have access to all information. If something goes sideways at some point, which clearly it did at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and that being, as was noted by many people, the only lab in the world that was doing research like this that had a lower standard of actually their security standards there than many other labs around the world, yet they were doing this very dangerous research. What can we gain, and what advice could you give us to say in a future setting, we've got to make sure that we actually get information from people and we can be guaranteed that we're going to get that insight? Yes, sir.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I yield back.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to the dark days of the coronavirus pandemic, one of the darkest days or times in our history. Hospitals were overflowing. Navy medical ships were docked in the Hudson River. Emergency rooms were forced into unprecedented triaging during the worst week of the pandemic, which happens to have been the last week of President Trump's first term. More than 25,000 Americans died of COVID-19. Easy to forget those dark days. But for the past 18 months, the Trump administration has been engaged in a campaign to rewrite this history. And today's proceeding, I fear, is part of that effort, one of the darkest days in our Senate's history. The Trump administration has launched a baseless set of smears against vaccines that help pull us out of that public health crisis, vaccines that are undoubtedly President Trump's greatest accomplishment. It has slashed funding to local public health departments that were on the front lines of the pandemic. And those healthcare workers are heroes. It has disparaged those heroes as woke or wasteful. And it has used a politicized Department of Justice to target the researchers who helped us track and understand the novel virus. Today's hearing is another page in that playbook, sadly, tragically. Dr. Fauci, you've spent 5 decades in public service, including nearly 4 decades in leadership at the National Institutes of Health, helping to conquer COVID-19, but also HIV, swine flu, Zika, Ebola, and other epidemics with real-life results saving human lives. Put aside all the flowery rhetoric that we hear in the United States Senate. Dr. Fauci has saved lives, as have public health officials in the United States and throughout the world. And today, we are demeaning and degrading their life-saving service. Republicans are eager to rebrand you as a villain in order to distract from their own failure to protect Americans from soaring healthcare costs. They've been rising astronomically in the last couple of years, and from unsafe food, which has caused cyclospora to spread, and resurgent measles as a result of the anti-vaccine policy. This hearing is the culmination of a years-long crusade, which
And yes,
started
I
more
am
than 6
sleepy.
years ago when Dr. Fauci
What's your other
dared
question?
to contradict President Trump.
Oh, I don't know why,
The
and
campaign to vilify
I don't know
you,
what the
Dr.
rest of
Fauci,
that
is just
means.
one part of this larger campaign against science
I don't know who that
and
is.
facts, a campaign that has made Americans less safe. It is shameful that in a country like ours, a dedicated public service like Dr. Fauci has experienced persistent threats to his life since the pandemic because of the lies that are told about him. His attorney has been gagged, thrown out of this hearing room. But he has written a letter to the chairman that is an explanation for the reasons why Dr. Fauci is, in fact, invoking his constitutional right. It is a right. And I would ask that this letter from David Schertler and Danny Onato be made a part of the record if there's
Without
no objection.
objection.
His attorney has also issued a statement within the last half hour, I believe, that sets forth, again, the reasons that he is here to help protect his client's rights. And I would ask that that statement be made part of the record as well, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Let's be very clear. The Fifth Amendment is a right of everyone appearing before an authority like this one. It should be respected. And the reason that Dr. Fauci has invoked it, in the words of his attorney, quote, during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, Dr. Fauci appeared at least a dozen times for congressional hearings in the Senate alone in answer to questions about the very issues on which you purport to seek information. He has been thoroughly transparent and consistent in providing factual information to Congress, and he is deeply familiar with the processes and protocols of sharing information with the legislative branch. And then referring to the chairman, this years-long public crusade against Dr. Fauci makes one thing clear. This is not a serious effort to seek information from Dr. Fauci in a transcribed interview for a valid legislative purpose. You are single-mindedly fixated on Dr. Fauci seeing Dr. Fauci prosecuted for imaginary crimes, and you are so invested in that outcome that you have created a personal brand around it. Those are the words of his attorney, and he cites as well the statements of the chairman, which indicate a clear intent that the result of this proceeding be a prosecution. Quote, "The power of some of us must be used for good, like putting Fauci in jail." That's from December 23, 2025. I want to give him a subpoena and a jail cell, also from December of 2025. The first was 2024. Those kinds of statements by the chairman of a committee in tweets certainly provide a well-founded fear that the proceeding underway is simply an effort to trap Dr. Fauci in some kind of criminal wrongdoing. That is not the purpose of a congressional hearing, not the valid purpose of a congressional hearing. During some of the dark days in this body, under Senator Joe McCarthy, it became standard operating procedure to seek that kind of prosecutorial objective. We should not be part of a rerun of that kind of effort. This attempt to rebrand one of the most challenging times in our nation's history is a short-sighted act of desperation that will leave us less prepared for the next pandemic. It is an insult to the memory of more than 1 million Americans who died from COVID-19. If there are valid scientific questions about the origins of this pandemic, COVID-19, about the kinds of steps that were taken to counter it, about the need for more preparation, they should certainly be addressed, but not in a show trial, not as part of a continuing vendetta against a single individual. And unfortunately, I fear that is what we are seeing today. America deserves better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In no courtroom in America can you have your witness plead the Fifth Amendment, and then your attorney gets to testify. That's what that letter is. The attorney's complaining and testifying, saying, he didn't do it, the prosecution's unfair. You don't get to do that. That's one thing you give up when you take the Fifth Amendment. You say, I'm not going to testify. I'm not going to give you any information. You don't then get to put your lawyer forward to justify it. He can do it in the press, but you can't come and testify. He was not invited to testify, and he was out of order, and it was appropriate to have him ejected. Senator.
Chairman Paul, thank you for doing this. I think, I know in my state, people have been asking questions about Dr. Fauci for years. So Dr. Fauci, your entry has made clear that you love being a hero, a celebrity, and here having the eyes of the world upon you. You loved every newspaper profile, every photo shoot, every fancy dinner with the elites. To many Americans who lost family members, who lost trust in our federal government, you're not a hero. Unfortunately, you're a villain. You made yourself the story and abandoned the American people to serve your own ego. To begin, I'd like to talk about your relationship with David Morenz. He was the senior advisor in the NIAID.
Hey, Ann, check your messages.
For 16 years. He was your friend. He was a frequent guest at your house. You reportedly co-authored over 50 scientific articles with him. You turned to him first right after COVID-19 first occurred. Earlier this year, the Department of Justice charged him with conspiracy against the United States, in addition to other charges as part of a conspiracy to conceal information and falsify records to suppress alternative theories about the origins of COVID-19. Now, you've publicly kicked this man to the curb, saying, Dr. Morenz was not an advisor to me on institute policy or other substantive issues. So let's start with the use of personal Gmail accounts and Dave Morenz's relationship with Peter Daszak. David Moranz tells Peter Daszak, President of Equal Alliance, and you've got this in front of you, it's Exhibit 1. And it's already in the record as part of this. It says, quote, P.S. I forgot to say that there is no worry about FOIA. I can either send stuff to Tony on his private Gmail or hand it to him at work or as house. He is too smart to let colleagues send him stuff that could cause trouble. Dr. Fauci, did Dr. Moran's relationship with Peter Daszak concern you? Yes or no?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did David Moranz ever bring documents to your house?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Do you ever receive a text about your work at NIAID to your personal cell phone?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did any text about your work at NID that went to your personal cell phone ever become part of federal records?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you maintain a personal email account while serving as director?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you ever receive work-related communications on that Gmail account from David Moranz?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you preserve any work-related communications on that Gmail account from David Moranz?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did David Moranz ever provide you with documents outside of those two ways that would violate NIH policy for FOIA compliance?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Now let's look at two other communications. You emailed David Moranz on January 26, 2020, quote, "It is important that I speak with you tonight. Please call me at home." This is part of Exhibit 2 that you have in front of you. This email is sent the same day, the exact same day you write in an internal document, quote, "Now we know the market was not the source, it was the amplifier," unquote. Would you call the origins of COVID-19 a substantive issue?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you discuss COVID-19 origins with David Moranz on this phone call?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Now let's take a closer look at the last time you testified before Congress. This is part of what you have in front of you is Exhibit 4, which is part of the record. In June 2024, you testified to Dr. Moranz, quote, "Was not an advisor to me on institute policy or other substantive issues. Furthermore, his office is located in a different building from that of the NIAID director," unquote. Is that still your testimony today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So today, under oath, your testimony remains that Dr. Moranz was not an advisor to you on institute policy or substantive matters.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And I've got Exhibit 5, which you have in front of you. On October 24, 2021, David Moranz texted you to provide information about and advocate for the controversial EcoHealth Alliance grant. You thank him and tell him that you will check the information. Would you agree that this shows an advisory relationship between David Moranz and yourself?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Would you agree that you two were discussing a substantive issue?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
If documentary evidence establishes that Dr. Moranz advised you regarding EcoHealth Alliance, COVID origins, or grant policy, then your June 2024 testimony would have been inaccurate, correct?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the
Hey,
Fifth Amendment
Miranda's
to the
texting you.
Constitution.
Is there any document in your possession today that would contradict your prior congressional testimony?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Have you deleted, destroyed, or instructed anyone to destroy records after learning Congress is investigating these matters?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Are you aware of anyone who
Okay,
did?
I think we're going to
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline
watch
to
them
answer
make
based
buttons.
upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
As you know,
But
Dr.
you
Pratt,
guys can
don't
watch
face
the
the
rest of this
charges
on
related to
C-SPAN. If you
destroying
just
records
type
while you
C-SPAN in
distance
your
yourself from him.
search
Is that
engine,
fair to a
you'll be able to
decades-long
find
friend?
it. You
On
could
the
do
advice
this
of counsel, I
anytime
respectfully
you saw
decline to
it. You
answer
read this
based upon my
stuff.
rights under the Fifth Amendment to the
Super exciting.
Constitution.
When is the last time you spoke to him?
Put it on in the background. Stay up to date.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Mm-mm.
I ended up taking a little nap, like, after I saw the sunrise. I don't know how long I was out, but hey, at least I got a nap in. What was she saying? Is she muted? You're still on.
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. How you feeling, Anne?
I'm tired.
I bet. But, hopefully after coffee with the candidate, we can get you home and get you to bed. And here's Miranda. So.
What's up?
And then we've got the doggo over here. Cutesies.
Merlin. Oh, good. Oh, good.
Oh my.
So technically, we only have 24 minutes left till we hit the 24-hour mark, right?
So if you start at 9:30, you have about 24. She has like 24 minutes left. But I thought we were going to end the live stream at 10, but we can end it.
Yeah, no, we said 10, but I don't care.
You've got to go work by yourself. Her work doesn't allow her to bring her, or you to be her emotional support job.
Hi.
She's a jumper. She's a sweet baby, but she's a jumper.
Hi. Hello. Oh, you sweetheart. Oh my goodness. Hi.
She's just a jumper.
Oh my god. That is too cute. Oh. Damn. That was wild.
Come on, let's go lay down. Let's sit down a little bit, Joe. Come on. Wow. Give me a little pump. Oh, I know. I do some would-be bits. Do some would-be bits.
Oh my gosh. This is really, really cute. Oh my gosh.
This is my baby Joe.
That is so cute. That is a happy dog. Oh.
She's my velveteen jumper bean. You can see she has a little bit of energy, and that's why we've kept her up.
Yeah.
Because she can be like this. But she loves her TT.
Miranda! Sean O'Connor just texted. He said, do you want to switch to make Miranda's camera the main one so we can see her making them? Just drag and drop the center.
We're basically done.
Yeah, I just finished.
Okay, there we go. What?
I just finished.
Well,
You ready
okay.
to put them up?
Or shall we?
What time are you headed to Ann's?
Good morning, Kansan. How are you? Welcome back. In about 30 minutes, I'm heading out to my
Welcome back.
And then I'm probably not going to be online for the rest of the day. Not going to lie. But this was fun most of the time.
Hmm.
So it was fun most of the time.
I'm looking at the chat. We've got a couple new comments. Lily's favorite. Yeah, go ahead and turn your camera on. There you go.
Should I go my street?
Oh. I don't know what that one was. Okay, happy dog. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Hi, kitty.
This is fun.
Hi, Sim. Oh, he's cute. He's like, fuck this shit about.
Oh, no audio?
Oh, okay. Happy dog. Hi.
No.
Hi. I know you're a happy dog. Oh. That's chaos over here, Anne. Okay, I'm putting this camera on the dog. This is so cute.
So.
Jojo.
Hey. Oh. My dog destroys like toys. Oh, she's not even interested. That's funny.
You alright?
Alrighty, show us your land. Philodendron trichon. Well, this is a Joepii. Extra points if you could spell Joepii. This is a burl marks that I grew from a tissue culture. That was this big. This is a philodendron ghost. I have a thing for money tree, a few other things. A moonshine, mother-in-law plants, and a few other philodendron.
Okay, I'm gonna hop off and get ready to go to the coffee, guys. I will see you all soon.
Okay. All right. We will. All right. We will see you soon.
Everybody.
Or we can go to my nursery cabinet. I have a prop box of all the things I'm propagating. There we go. Yay. Hey, Ann hopped off, so it's just Team HQ and us now. But it's okay. For the viewers who are just joining, Ann Perilker just hopped off the live so that she can get ready to meet us at Bare Necessities for Coffee with the Candidate, in which then will mark the 24-hour mark of her going live. So it is Wednesday, July 29th, 2026. It is currently 9:18 a.m. and it is a beautiful day to fight for change. Yeah, if you guys just want to drop your, if you guys have any questions in the comments, I can probably answer them for you. So,
Other pink lady. When we are on our way to Bear. Okay.
We got the plants out here.
And then I have my bird of paradise. This is the newest leaf. This is my monstera that is trying to decide if it likes my banana tree that Kim Wilburn gave me.
I'll have it again.
And a few more. And I have even more plants outside. I like plants. Come on, you want treats?
Good morning to anyone just tuning in with us. Our team is on the way to their next Coffee with the Candidate event, and so while we're waiting for them to check in with us, thought I would share this message sent in by one of our voters, someone who went and early voted for Anne and sent us this very kind message. So I wanted to share it on screen. Anne really appreciates all the support.
Oh, that's really sweet. This is just roll back easily. I think you need to actually give it gas.
The brick's still on, though.
No. Oh.
Good
No,
morning,
just
Anne.
push. Dang home. No. I had to get picked up because you shouldn't drive when you haven't slept for over 24 hours. So I'm not. What are we doing? We're on our way to coffee at Bare Necessities in Overland Park. We should be there. We might have to stop for gas, but I think we'll make it there. So we can probably get gas after.
Yeah, there's the trip right there.
Yeah. So we're on our way. But technically, it's been 24 hours now. So we did it. Call that a win. Oh. We celebrated. Looks like it might rain. Is it supposed to rain later? Does anybody know? Sophia was giving us weather reports earlier. What happened to that?
I think tomorrow it's supposed to rain.
Tomorrow?
So, have you done like the how many guests have I had? How many? All that?
No, I have no idea how many guests we had. Was I supposed to be counting?
How many guests? How many viewers? All the analytics?
No, I mean, no. Nope. I did what I was supposed to do. This is how you win elections, people. You live stream for 24 hours. You're welcome. I will say this. I am really appreciative of the other candidates that came on and the other guests that we had on for helping make this not nearly as boring as it was going to be and make it somewhat interesting so that, you know, people had a reason to tune in and candidates in my own race who, you know, we talked about how it's been just awesome to get to know all of these people and so I was really appreciative that so many of those candidates were open to coming on and having a conversation and you know, being of the mind that we're all working towards something more important than the individual. And so they were very wonderful to come on. The Latzes came on multiple times for us. And obviously everyone on the team that stayed up all night to help do this, that came to drive me, that led us to their house, even though it was her husband's birthday. I'm still so sorry, James. So everybody wished James a happy birthday because we totally crashed whatever he was going to do yesterday for his birthday, which was probably not have us live stream from his house. So just thanks to everybody, and you're all really greatly appreciated. And everybody that jumped on and post questions in the chat or just talk to us for a little bit, and we really appreciate it. It made it a lot more bearable. If I had to do it just alone, it would have been really bad. I'd be even crankier.
What did you end up doing most of the overnights?
Oh, so Braden Kerwick came on at like 2, and he played a video game for a while, actually.
Nice.
But yeah, we did that. Sophia did the weather report a few times, I think, and gave us some news as she was seeing it.
Did we get all parts of Kansas?
No, I don't think we did. I'm not sure if she did the weather more than once, actually. But I know she did the news, or like news snippets a couple of times. We had, a few questions overnight. We had a few people hop on. We had a few trolls. That was fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
What did they have to say?
I don't remember.
Nothing that should be repeated.
Some of them definitely should not be. Yeah. None of them were. I shouldn't say that. None of them were too terrible, but there were a few that we were like, maybe not.
Do you get to do Brian's kittens?
What?
No, Brian's kittens.
Oh, the kittens. I think they did put the kittens on at one point. Yeah. That would have been when I was driving. I'm pretty sure.
But my mom couldn't find like any paper to do the finish line. So that was why we got the celebration noise thing. That was
That's fun. All right. Last coffee at Bare Necessities before Election Day. The polls are open. You can vote. This is important. You can vote even if you're not registered under one of the political parties. There is something on your ballot for you. It is a vote on how we select our Supreme Court justices. I am encouraging people to vote no. I have done a podcast on it. I've done the research on it. And that is where I stand on it. If you want to know why, I'm happy to talk about it.
If you're unaffiliated, you can change day of.
And if you are unaffiliated, you can vote in the Democrat. Like if you want to vote for me or one of the other 700 candidates in my race, you can ask for a Democratic ballot the day of, and or Republican for that matter. Even if you're registered as unaffiliated. Now you can't switch from one party to the other. That's done. There's no doing that. But if you're unaffiliated right now, you can vote in the Republican primary or the Democratic primary if there's a candidate that you really want to vote for. And just understand it will just be the candidates that are in the Democratic primaries or the Republican primaries that you're voting for. But still, the amendment is for everybody, no matter whether you're going to affiliate or not, vote in the primary races or not. But you can get out and vote no. And election day is August 4th. If you're there before the polls close at 7, you can stay in line and vote. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. So,
And there's a hotline somewhere.
there's a hotline somewhere?
Yeah, if you they try telling you can't.
Oh, I didn't know that there was a hotline.
Yeah, then they do provisional ballots.
I knew provisional ballots. So if there's something questionable and they tell you you can't or something, make sure you request a provisional ballot. I'm not entirely sure how that works. I know you can do it. So, well, let's see. August 4th. So that'll be an after issue. But and our watch party is going to be at Strips Chicken in Merriam from 6:30 to 10, I think. So come say hey if you're going to be around. I think Eric Murray might drop by before his, which he announced, and I don't know where it is, but I know it starts at 7, I think.
Taqueria, Mexico.
Was that what it was? I know it was a Mexican place in Wyandotte County. So I'm
300 rainbow.
I'm sure if you check his website or social media, you'll be able to find it. So, but yeah, get out, find your candidate, go celebrate, have a good time. I know that the parties will be having watch parties as well. They'll be all over. So if you want to get together with people, what's up, Angela? We're here, but we're parking. But we're here. But go and vote, everybody. Research the candidates. Think who can win, who's going to fight for you, who do you want to go and represent you, and then go vote for them. And then don't get comfortable because we got to stay on them, even if they're who you vote for. No free passes anymore. All right, I will be here until 11. I do not promise to stay longer than that today. Because if I'm honest, Daniel's here. If I'm honest, I'm really hoping to get a nap in. But after more coffee, I'm not sure I'll be able to. But we'll try. Who?
Ben from Eric's camp.
Oh, yeah, Ben's here. All right. Yeah, he said he might show up. So there it is, Bare Necessities. That's where we've been nearly every week for several months now.
Big thank you to them for.
Yes, big thank you to them for letting us do this. They let us have our fundraiser here. We've had multiple coffees here. And here we are. Hi, everybody. And there's the owners right there. And this is their family, right? Goodness, look at them all. We owe you guys a big thank you for everything you let us do here. It's been huge, and we love your coffee shop, and we encourage everybody to come out and have coffee at Bare Necessities and support these wonderful folks. So,
Please do. Thank you. We appreciate you too. Yeah, she's ending a 24-hour live stream. She's been away for 24 hours.
I don't know way longer than that, but there's Ben. Say hey. Good to see you too. Okay, well, I'm gonna say bye, everybody. Thanks for joining us and everything, and we'll talk soon, I'm sure, but probably not today.
They paid for the video too. Where it began, I can't begin to know it. But then I know it's going strong. My mom dry cleaned Neil Diamond's clothes once. True story. Was in the spring. And spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Watch these white people not be able to hold it in. Hands. Touching hands. Reaching out, touching me, touching you. Here we go. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. So good, so good, so good. I've been they never would, but now I look at the night and it don't seem so lonely. You fill it up with only two. And when I hurt, hurting runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when holding you? Warm, touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. So good, so good. I've been in line, to believe they never would. I have literally never sang in public before. Kansas, if you don't vote for me, there's gonna be a revenge scene coming. Just kidding. I love you, Kansas. Sweet